Hello and welcome to yet another video. This is the 6th episode in which Namikaze Naruto was an Anbu captain before the Hokage, Orochimaru, killed him with the Mangekyo Sharingan. He has now been sent to a new world, where he hopes to prevent a similar fate from befalling Konoha. Please like and subscribe to show your support. Let's get the show started. Tigers, foxes, centipedes, and leeches all moved across the ground towards the fallen Tokubetsu Jounin. Anko tried to move her hands to form hand signs, but it was futile. The sticky liquid that held her down wouldn't budge even slightly. In the back of her mind, she had to admit that Namikaze's jutsu was extremely effective. Anko wouldn't scream for help. That's just the person she was, not a damsel in distress. Using her tongue, she tore loose a capsule attached to the top of her mouth cavity. She took a deep breath before biting down on the capsule. Once the outer cover was pierced by the teeth, one of Anko's most virulent poisons was released into her mouth. Suicide, however, was not her solution. Anko was a fighter to the bitter end. She exhaled with massive force, sending the poison over the surrounding region. Several of the animals fell immediately, as it was incredibly fast-acting. Anko spat out the remains of the capsule and stitching that held in her mouth. Some blood was also spat out, as the tearing of the stitching damaged the roof of her mouth. It was moments later that Namikaze landed several feet behind her. The surviving animals turned to face Namikaze. However, he didn't waste a single moment, not even a single movement, as he flashed beyond the mass of animals right next to Anko. After the subtle sound of a sheathed blade, the remaining animals squealed in pain with blood spurting out from fresh wounds. Seconds later, every animal lay dead, cut to pieces. The Jounin walked past Anko to the log and lay down. The woman seethed at him and started cursing the man with words that would make a more shameful person blush. He ignored her, instead pulling out an orange book and began reading it out loud. "No, Sarusan. This isn't right. What would your girlfriend say about what you were doing here?" Saru gave Negumi another kiss as he hugged her to him. "Don't worry, she doesn't, you bastard," Anko screamed in fury. "How dare you read crap like that while letting me suffer in the grasp of your jutsu." Namikaze looked her way, appearing bored at her plight. He looked back at the book and continued, this time muttering under his breath. After a few minutes, he muttered to himself, "This is such a damn boring book. What the hell did Kakashi see in reading this series? The real thing is much more interesting." He was thinking about some of his more interesting adventures. Anko was livid by this point. "Team, I will kill you for sure." Namikaze muttered lazily, "You know, telling me how much you'll kill me isn't going to make me want to release you any quicker. I'd thought I'd let you go when you finally calmed down. After all, you ruined my training session with Kurenai's team." Anko growled, "Then go away and leave me to die here. It's preferable to dealing with your irritating ass." Namikaze smirked, "Nah. I'd rather stay here and cause you pain. After all, I do believe you stuck about 6 or 7 kunai of different types into my clone. I told you I'd get back at you for that. Besides, you won't find a better ass than mine, I'm sure, my good friend." Anko stuttered, blushed, and turned away. After taking a minute to recover, she spat on her captor, an impressive feat as he was a good 15 feet away. Namikaze took no notice of the spit as it slid down his forehead. He said, "You do know that I'm really a clone anyway. When I've determined your anger has subsided enough, I'll let you go. Simple as that." The clone then gave a small smirk, "Unless of course you figure a way to get out on your own. But good luck with that." Anko relaxed a bit into the confines of the sticky substance. Her anger was still present, but it dropped a slight bit. As her focus died down and the adrenaline ended, she suddenly felt a great amount of pain in her left hand. She gritted her teeth and refused to give the bastard satisfaction of seeing her in pain. However, the clone was quite perceptive. He looked over at her and noticed the hand. It got up and looked at the appendage a couple feet closer, then muttered, "You were always a bit crazy, Anko." Using an exploding note to reflect Sanbon, that's drastic, but effective in a tight situation. Anko glared at the clone once again. Better an injured hand than incapacitation by chakra disruption. Namikaze blinked as he said calmly, "Those Sanbon weren't laced with any drug. It was designed to distract you from me setting up my clone." Anko looked up, surprised. Namikaze gave a smirk. "Besides, that particular drug only works once on any target. After that, the body develops an immunity to it, allowing the victim to awaken 6 to 12 hours later." Anko just clenched her hand, willing the pain to go down. Namikaze took pity on her, and decided enough was enough. The stick substance that was used was little more than chakra mixed in with water. Once the liquid was administered, the chakra would bond to the target. If the target touched the coated body part to something else, the chakra would then bond with that something as well, whether dirt, concrete, wood, or anything else. Namikaze simply dispelled his chakra from the water to once again allow free movement by the target. Once Anko was freed, she drew a kunai with her good hand and sliced off the clone's head. The clone exploded, once again covering Anko with the sticky substance. Another clone jumped down from the trees above and sighed, "Don't do that again, Ankakan. I'll make sure you get your arm fixed up by the doctors, but you must give up that desire to kill me. Now, are you done yet, or will we wait for you to cool down again? Don't think I'm the last clone either, because I assure you you're being watched from a distance." The instant Anko was released from the technique, she jumped away and tried forming hand signs for a fire technique. However, she winced in pain, breaking her focus. Namikaze's eyes widened slightly as he moved in close to stop her from doing more damage to herself. She swung a kunai at the clone, trying to get him to go away. However, Namikaze caught the hand. Anko swung her injured hand at Namikaze, but that hand was also caught. Anko growled, "Let go of me, you bastard. Damn it, let go." Namikaze shook his head as he let go of her good hand and reached inside his pouch for some medical dressing. He looked at it closer and realized it was worse than he realized. In addition to second-degree burns she could feel, there were third-degree burns and a couple broken bones from the force of the explosive. Anko pulled her hand, trying to get away, but she couldn't get free. Namikaze said with a concerned voice, "Listen to me, Ankakan. This wound needs to be treated quickly or else there could be permanent injury. It may not heal right if you don't stop. Please, let me help you." Anko looked into Namikaze's deep-sea blue eyes and saw the concern. It made her stop, because it was unlike anything she had ever seen before. There was actual concern and a wish for her well-being. No one looked at her like that, besides the Hokage, that is. Everyone either saw a psychotic ninja who needed to be wary around, or Orochimaru's apprentice, who should have been put down for the safety of the village. She looked away, with a slight blush in her cheek. She whispered, "Yeah. All right, Namikaze, I won't resist anymore. Just promise me one thing. Don't make me worry like that ever again, okay?" Namikaze looked at the wound and started dressing it for the walk back to Konoha. He gave a smile and said, "All right. I promise." After a few minutes, Namikaze finally finished wrapping the injury. He looked at her injured hand. He thought about Hinata, and the Anko back in his world. Anko shifted, appearing uncomfortable. She said, "Hey, brat. You can let go of my hand already." Namikaze looked up, surprised as he quickly let go of her hand. The two stood up and blurred out of sight. Hawk Command Center, ANBU headquarters, a lone eagle circled around the village. The bird had been trained from the moment hatched to carry messages of important value between countries. This one particular bird carried an important message. It bore the symbol of Iwagakure, and was destined for the desk of the Hokage. The handler received the bird and took it to the roost to rest. The bird would eventually be sent back after being fed and cared for a day. The code breaker Nin got to work on it with his assistant. Line by line, they went through the words one after the other. As they translated more and more, the two began to grow pale. The assistant whispered, "Thighs is." The code breaker didn't say a word. Finally, the document was translated. It was quickly taken to the master code breaker for confirmation. The older ninja had a dire expression on his face as he read the document. He muttered gruffly, "No doubt about it. This is classified under this level. If word got out about this." He could see it, but didn't say it. The flames of new battlefields, death haunting the footsteps of the next generation, the horrors of a new shinobi war. The old man said, "If word gets out, I will see to it personally both of you will be executed. Do I make myself clear? You never saw this message. I personally will take this to the Hokage." The master rose from his seat and made his way out the doors. Sashimi sushi. In Konoha, sushi was considered a delicacy, especially since Fire Country had to import 90% of the fish it consumed. The other 10 came from fishing along the many rivers that stretches through miles of woodland. This particular restaurant was one of Kurenai's favorites. The jounin relaxed in her chair as a little wine slid down her throat. Her glass made a soft chime as it came in contact with the table. Sashimi sushi was 2 stories and could seat about 100 customers at one time. Kurenai noted Yugugo and Heiate enjoying an evening together. Yugugo wore a purple yukata and Heiate wore a light blue outfit. The reedy jounin looked away, back at the sushi that rested on her plate. As she reached for the chopsticks, there was a loud thump that sounded through the restaurant. All the ninja present, about 8 or 9 chunin and 3 jounin including Kurenai, had their own kunai in hand in an instant, and turned to the origin of the sound. Another jounin's kunai was impaled in the genjutsu mistress plate. "Imagine my luck," the intruding blonde said, "finding you here in such a nice restaurant." Kurenai narrowed her eyes and returned the kunai to her sleeves. The rest of the ninja did the same and returned to their meals. However, whatever atmosphere of calm previously present, the arrival of the new ninja ruined it in a second. There was a permanent smile plastered on the Tokubetsu jounin's face as he took a seat across from Konoha's Ice Queen. Kurenai said with a dark undertone, "Namikaze-san, why are you here?" "I'm here because a certain Anko Mitarashi interrupted my training session." The woman decided to humor him. "Really? Well, you know that Anko was with you during the training session with Asuma's team. Besides, why would you come to me? Shouldn't you talk to her?" Namikaze's smile twitched a bit, but he continued, "You see though, I had one of my shadow clones keep a very close eye on you during the entire training exercise, in case you attempted to stop me from completing my final test." Kurenai gave a cold smirk right back at Namikaze, which sent a shiver down the usually unshakable man's spine. Shadow clones are such fragile things. They should really be careful when chasing people in the forest. One hit kills them, especially if they run straight into a falling tree. The tree which you cut in two. It's not my fault your clone is clumsy. The woman took another sip of her wine and looked at him with amusement, or is it that they are just stupid? Naruto's eyes began twitching again. He didn't like how this was going. The sounds began to get louder and louder. An odd buzzing also filled his ears. It was by the time his vision began to get blurry that he realized he was caught in a genjutsu. The ram seal was formed in a fraction of a second as he shouted, "Kai!" The loud sounds and blurred vision disappeared, along with Kurenai. Now, there was a blade at his throat and the woman was behind him. He cursed under his breath, swearing in his head to never go after a genjutsu specialist without at least one shadow clone watching his back from then on. Kurenai's voice said calmly, "I'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe from the likes of you, Naruto Namikaze-san. I don't like you endangering their lives needlessly with your radical training methods. Now, I think you owe me for my late lunch you ruined. Namikaze snarled, I'm not paying for your meal, witch. I am also concerned for their safety, just like you are. What if I told you that Shino was destined to die near the end of the Chunin exams? What then? Kurenai's voice didn't waver, though her kunai did a bit, you know them. Have faith in your comrades, Namikaze-san. They are survivors, as you know well. A dark expression replaced Namikaze's frustration, and what of Hinata? Silence. The blade was removed from the man's neck as she took a seat once again. There was a concerned expression on her face. What about Hinata? Hinata died in my world. Worse, she died twice, once at the hands of a god. Then, she died at the hands of someone who loved her with a great passion. The male jounin rose from his seat. The fire had burned out of Namikaze's eyes. Furthermore, a single tear rolled down his cheek as he excused himself. He needed to be alone for a bit. He whispered just loud enough for Kurenai to hear, I cannot and will not suffer that again. She will not suffer that fate worse than death a second time. The Ice Queen of Konoha sat there for the longest of time. When she left, it was an hour later. Dark Alley, Konoha. Just as he had mourned the inability to return to the home he loved, Namikaze found himself sprawled on the ground in a dark alleyway. He couldn't visit the memorial. He couldn't bear to speak to his Hinata. He went to the monument for the dead members of the Rookie Nine. He'd go there for Niji or Asuma. However, he just couldn't forgive himself. She was already dead when he had killed her the second time, he knew this. But it was his fault she ended up the way she did. Flashback. The voice of screaming entered his ears as he slowly was roused from his unconscious. Several Konoha Chunin lay dead on the ground around him. Namikaze looked at himself, realizing he was still alive. His memory was a bit groggy. The last thing he remembered. It was like fire shooting through every bone in his body. There were no words to describe the pain he felt, having the ceiling statue tear at the Kyubi. Before that, there was a cave surrounded by 6 men and women in black cloaks with red clouds. The name Akatsuki gave order to his thoughts as he suddenly knew where he was. He was fighting with Pain, the god of Mangekyo. His chakra was drained by the fat Pain, however he managed to take out the leader Pain. It didn't stop them like he expected. The sound of a scream brought him back to the present. His eyes darted to see one of the Pains dropping another Konoha jounin. It was the long-haired one who killed the ninjas with a single touch. Namikaze tried to move, but he was still being dragged away, towards a single light. The Pain that seemed more like a puppet jumped at Namikaze and whoever was that was dragging him away. This is so troublesome. Shikamaru. It must have been him that planned the escape. The sound of Kakashi's Chidori slamming against that Pain was to him like listening to a massive symphony at the moment. The man shouted, "Get him out of here." 2 more appeared next to Namikaze. Sakura and Sasuke helped pick up the jounin and move him away at a faster rate. Namikaze gave his usual smile to them, and they returned it. The puppet-like Pain, however, wasn't quite finished. It shot a last-minute rocket at all 4 of them. They wouldn't escape. None of them looked back except Namikaze. He couldn't speak, as the trauma of having some of the Kyubi's chakra torn from him still wore on him and his senses. Kakashi turned, attempting to use his Mangekyo Sharingan to stop it, but the one-touch kill Pain swung at him. The silver-haired jounin's instincts kicked in, overpowering his desire to protect his team. The moment should have cost the 4 of them their lives. However, the explosive never made it to hit the team. The image of Hinata Uzumaki appearing in front of Namikaze and his allies was burned forever into his mind. Hinata was struck, and then subject to a massive explosion. She did not even flinch away. End flashback. He could not go any further into the memory. Shock had overwhelmed his mind at the demise of his wife. When he found himself again, Naruto was back in Konoha. There had been 50 more shinobi deaths due solely to protecting Namikaze from the Akatsuki, even upon all the other deaths. He learned later that it was Orochimaru who had helped them escape from pain. The snake bastard Hokage had used Manda to swallow the survivors and burrow underground. Then, he collapsed the entrances to prevent pain from following. Hinata had been killed by pain, and then her body was left behind. Niken. He didn't turn to see who it was. Naruto Niken, what are you doing in this alleyway? And what are you doing dressed like a jounin? Namikaze wasn't in the mood for it. He couldn't muster the strength to even throw a kunai at the boy. Instead he muttered, "Get lost, kid. I'm not your Naruto Niken. Come on, Niken. We're playing ninja." The boy grabbed at Namikaze's hand. The jounin turned to glare, and came in line of sight with a kid with an overly long blue scarf and a stupid hat. He muttered, "Ninja. Playing ninja. It's been a long time since I played ninja. I'm afraid I've forgotten how to play it. I am a ninja. What's the matter, Niken? Come on, it's always more fun if you play. Even if you lose the first time, we can play it again. It'll be fun. Play it again, those 3 words echoed in Namikaze's head. His determination returned like a spark hitting gasoline. He said, "You're right. Even though I've lost the first time, I won't this time. I haven't lost yet, and it won't happen again." The jounin rose to full height as he looked down at the boy. "I'm sorry, but who are you again?" The boy glared at Namikaze. "It's not nice for you to forget my name like that." "It's Konohamaru, got it." The jounin cocked his head sideways. "Konohamaru, as in the village?" "Yeah, but I already told you this the first time we met. Now drop that transformation and let's go play." Namikaze ruffled Konohamaru's hair. "I'm sorry, but you really have confused me with someone else. I'm Naruto Namikaze, no relation to Naruto Uzumaki. Now you're lying to me. Is this a new prank of yours? Well, whatever. I'll go along with it for now. Anyway, just come play with us." The adult was pulled away by the boy to his group, the Konohamaru Corps, where Namikaze enjoyed a short time of playing ninja with the younger generation. Perhaps things wouldn't be so bad after all. Hokage building, it was rare that Sarutobi would give such a dire expression. The Hokage is a figurehead of Konoha. He must take the all bad news with a smile on his face and the promise that everything will be all right. There were times, however, that his mask broke. The first was when evidence was presented to prove Orochimaru, his prized student, had been experimenting on fellow Leaf villagers. Another time was when he took up the mantle of Hokage for the second time. The most recent time was when he met Naruto Namikaze and learned as much as he did about his time in the alternate Konoha. But once again he was making that bleak expression. A scroll was rolled out on his table. This conversation would take place between the Master Codebreaker and the third Hokage. Sarutobi folded his hands on the desk and rested his chin on those hands. His mouth was obscured from view as he started speaking. "How many are aware of this scroll's existence?" The Codebreaker replied, "My 2 subordinates, the Hawk Caretaker, myself, yourself and your personal Anbu squad. Only my direct underlings are aware of the contents of the scroll though." "Very well. Keep an eye on those 2. This must not get out. You were correct to swear them to secrecy." Streets of Konoha, the time spent with Konohamaru refreshed the burned-out jounin. Playing ninja was like playing hide and seek and tag at the same time. Ninja were to be stealthy. Having the element of surprise is everything to the weaker shinobi. Sadly, Konohamaru never stood a chance against a former ANBU captain. Namikaze turned it into a training exercise. He used the slightest distractions to catch the boy off guard. By the end of the game, Konohamaru was jumping at the smallest sounds, spinning on his feet to face the darkest shadows in case he attacked from there. After the game, Namikaze took him to Ichiraku's and promised him 2 bowls of ramen. The real Naruto joined them, surprising Konohamaru. After 10 minutes of explanations, the elder Naruto left the two to eat together. He had changed his mind about visiting the monument and wanted to get there before it got too dark, as the sun was now below the Hokage mountain. Kakashi might also be there as well, and they could discuss Team 7's training week. On the way to the monument, he passed by a darkened district, where he glanced 2 people wearing black cloaks entering an abandoned building. He examined the building, trying to remember where he had seen it before in his own world, but the place didn't seem familiar. The building looked run down. Wood was rotting all over the place, and there were holes from where children had probably crawled through to hide in a game of ninja. He crawled through one such hole. The base was held up by several rock pillars, and he could navigate under the building. He listened closely, and finally found where the two were meeting. He first heard 2 muffled voices, and then a third made itself known. The third sounded familiar, so Namikaze crawled further along, trying to get in a good position to listen in. Number 1 spoke first. The Lightning Monarch has yet to be taken care of. However, you want us to focus solely on this one task. Number 2, why do we need to take him out? Namikaze's fingers began shaking a bit with excitement. Someone was planning an assassination. But who was doing this? And who is the target? Number 3 spoke up. The voice was gruff and old. It was indeed familiar, but the name escaped him at the moment. I've seen his potential. Did you not see in the trial? Toryun, you were next to me. You should have seen the man. He will destroy us if we don't deal with him quickly. However, he is not the only problem. The younger one, he must be eliminated for the sake of Konoha as well. Whoever number 3 was, he was sending shivers up Namikaze's spine. Trials are few and far between in Konoha. The most memorable trial was his own, the one in which the council chamber had to be rebuilt, so they very well could be talking about him. Furthermore, the name Toryun also sounded familiar somehow. Toryun replied, I will obey, but wouldn't it be easier just to bring him in and train him as one of your own? Root would be pleased to have the boy on its side. Voice number 3 was suddenly known, and his fears confirmed. Danzo replied, the Kyuubi must die. I've obtained a report on Namikaze's interrogation. His information on Akatsuki has been verified for the most part. They are indeed hunting the 9 beasts. It is only a matter of time before 2 things happen: they discover just who Naruto Namikaze is and they come for the younger. If Akatsuki succeeds in obtaining either of them, who knows what havoc they will wreak in the world. Fu, are preparations complete for, they are indeed, Danza-sama. He will never know what happened. Very good. It is rather unfortunate that it must come down to this. We must depart quickly, else Jiraiya will grow suspicious if I elude my observers for too long. The people grew silent, and the Jounin waited several minutes before daring to move. Memorial Stone Training Ground, Naruto Uzumaki ran towards the memorial stone. The other 3 were already present by the time he got there. Even Kakashi was standing around. The older ninja was gazing at the usual orange book in hand. Sakura was sitting at one of the stumps and Sasuke stood off to the side, not looking at anything in particular. Sakura shouted, "You're late." Naruto scratched the back of his head and said sheepishly, sorry. I was on my way, but Shikamaru stopped me and started asking questions about Namikaze-sensei. Sakura gritted her teeth and pointed at Kakashi. Even Kakashi-sensei was here on time. Naruto finally seemed to notice his sensei standing around looking at his book. The boy's finger shot out at the Jounin as he shouted, "Wait, what is Kakashi-sensei doing here so early? I'm only 10 minutes late." The Jounin snapped his book shut and waved, "Yo, glad you made it, Naruto-kun." Actually, I have a special announcement. In 2 weeks, the Chunin exams are coming up. You three will have the rare opportunity to take part in it. However, one Jounin has taken an interest in testing you to see if you are ready for the exam. For 1 week, he will train and test you to see if you are really worthy of taking the exam. Namikaze-san, they are all yours. Kakashi disappeared. The 3 genin looked around. The Tokubetsu Jounin was nowhere to be seen. Nothing seemed to happen for 5 minutes. Sakura whispered to Sasuke, "Sasuke-kun. Where is he?" The Uchiha was also glancing around. He couldn't sense anyone, which was strange. He whispered back, "I can't find him. He must be as good as Kakashi to hide his presence as well as he is." He closed his eyes for 2 seconds, and then opened them. The red eyes of the Sharingan took over. While he couldn't see the Namikaze, his eyes did take in several clues that there was someone else present. The day was without wind, but more dust than usual was present in the air, typical in the use of the Shunshin no Jutsu. He couldn't see anything. Suddenly, there was a burst of killer intent from behind the boy. The Jounin's blade found itself on Sasuke's exposed jugular. Namikaze muttered, "Good to see you all." Sasuke gritted his teeth and cursed. Namikaze gave a sad smirk and continued, "Watch your mouth or else my blade may slip. Your Sharingan is not all powerful. You'll need it to survive what I have in store for you." Naruto and Sakura both shouted, "Sasuke." Namikaze glared at the two and said, "Don't move. 1 step forward and I'll cut his throat." They both stopped in their tracks. Namikaze continued, "What do you do when an enemy takes a hostage?" "Sakura, you're one of the academy's best and brightest. Answer the question." The girl wasn't shaking. She shouted, "What are you doing, sensei? Let Sasuke go." The Jounin looked at her, realizing that only the one who he was threatening to kill understood how dire the situation was. He gave a sadistic grin as he allowed his blade to slip a bit. The blade lightly severed the skin, not doing serious damage, but enough to draw blood. As the blood slid down Namikaze's blade, Sakura finally realized the situation was serious. He said again, "Now that I have your attention, answer the question, Sakura-san." The girl couldn't answer. There was no good answer given in the classroom. She began with a couple hostage negotiation techniques she had read in the library. "Calm down, Namikaze-sensei. Let him go and we can talk about this." Naruto, however, was fuming. His teeth ground together as the boy sought to repress his anger. He shouted, "Team! I'm going to beat you into the ground, sensei." As Namikaze looked to Naruto, Sakura saw an opening to do something. She quickly formed several hand signs as the two shouted at one another. Suddenly, the Jounin's grip on Sasuke vanished, replaced with a wave of Sakura blossoms. The Jounin released his hold as there was nothing left to hold on to and formed the ram seal, Kai. The Sakura blossoms disappeared, and Sasuke came into view again, dashing over to his two teammates. Naruto had already formed the cross sign and shouted, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Hundreds of Naruto came into being and rushed the Jounin. He smirked at them. His sword began cutting through the air, creating a sort of whistling sound. One clone managed to catch the hand that was holding the blade, but the Jounin merely twisted his wrist, severing the boy's hold on him. He said to the clone, "Remember what I taught you about shadow clones." Namikaze leapt backwards over all the clones to an opening. Every clone was in view as he sheathed his blade. Time seemed to pause as he gripped the scabbard and looked forward. He spotted Sasuke and Sakura watching the fight, observing his techniques. One Naruto also stood alongside his teammates. The man smirked. The wind began whistling as it encircled the sheathed blade. Memories of Orochimaru teaching him to fight with a blade came to mind. The blade made a whistling noise then too as he learned his most powerful sword technique. Hundreds of snakes slithered towards Naruto. The boy's hand shook as he held his sheathed blade Orochimaru allowed to borrow. Hundreds of swords pushed out from each snake, creating a mass of silver gray. If anything, the boy's fear rose. It was now up to him, kill or be killed. The blade was drawn. No ordinary person could see it, but Sasuke did. His Sharingan spun as the sheer mass of chakra released in a single attack. Orochimaru had once said, with one slash of that blade, an entire army can be slain. In one instant, every clone that Naruto produced exploded into smoke. All three looked at the man with awe. Sasuke's eyes were held wide. Sakura trembled in fear while Naruto was surprised. And then, Namikaze made his move. Hokage Tower, the Sandaime gazed down upon the village towards the sun rising in the distance. Black shadows were being cast over the whole village. The previous day, Namikaze arrived late in the evening and gave a report on Danzo's activity. This was going too far, even for the War Hawk. While there was no doubt Danzo had the village's well-being at heart, it was too much. Combined with the other matter, the blackest days may be on the horizon. Would the village descend into the deepest darkness? Or maybe everything would work out in the end. Everything happening was centered around his newest Jounin and his team. IWA wants him dead enough to risk open war to kill Namikaze. Infiltrating two ninja with the expressed purpose of killing a single ninja was comparable to an act of war. Danzo's interest in Namikaze put Naruto Uzumaki at stake. However, the Hokage decided that the younger Naruto wouldn't be in any more danger in the Chunin exams than if he was barred from entering. There would, of course, be some safety precautions set up to keep the boy safe. Conveniently, it fit with the top-secret joint mission with IWA that would be taking place a week from now. The old man looked over the village and sighed. The clouds were coming together and rain began to fall. Memorial Training Ground, Namikaze wasn't as optimistic as Sarutobi. He didn't waste any time attacking the three immediately. He needed to make sure that Team 7 was kept away from the Chunin exams. Danzo would take advantage of the second exam, killing Naruto in the middle. So, he pressed the attack harder than when he faced the other two teams. It was extremely brutal. Sasuke nearly died twice when he almost didn't escape from an attack. As another explosion shot dirt and fire into the air, Namikaze couldn't help but be impressed. He had to admit, Sakura was better than he originally thought she'd be. He remembered that she seemed fairly useless in the genin days. Now, however, the girl was weaving genjutsu after genjutsu together, covering the movements of Sasuke. Naruto, meanwhile, proved to be a distraction as he constantly created more and more clones while Sasuke fought him with the Sharingan, turning a number of the Jounin's own moves back at him. It was a good thing he knew counters to his own moves. Facing Kakashi in his world was now proving to be an advantage. Never look into the eyes of a Sharingan user, never reveal the hand signs of your move to said Sharingan user. Do the move when something or someone obstructed his view, make sure you know your own moves inside and out. Any jutsu using more chakra than the opponent has is okay to use openly against their eyes. Naruto and Sasuke worked together flawlessly. Namikaze was engaging several clones while Sasuke burned him and the clones with a single massive fireball. He covered himself in a skin of water which prevented him from being burned at all. Sakura actually managed to link two genjutsu together, putting one layer on the other. First, she used an illusion to hide Sasuke and Naruto's presence, which was quickly dispelled. Afterwards, however, she quickly formed a second genjutsu. Namikaze didn't know until Sasuke's kunai narrowly avoided him by about a couple inches. However, a cut appeared where the blade would have hit. The wound sealed itself, making Sakura pause in surprise at the quick healing. The Jounin took the moment to throw 3 kunai at her. They struck, but Sakura was replaced with a wooden log. Naruto shouted in anger at the Jounin for attempting to kill Sakura like that. Namikaze defended himself in more of a daze. After an hour or so of this, Namikaze stood over 3 panting genin. Sasuke's Sharingan had deactivated, he no longer had enough chakra left to fight back. Naruto was standing on shaky legs between the Jounin and his 2 teammates. Namikaze smirked, "Is that all you have? You have resolve, but not the skill to back it up." Quicker than they could see, 3 senbon needles struck them in the neck. Within seconds, they all fell unconscious. Namikaze picked them up and carried them towards the Forest of Death, where each of them would face the forest in a different way. Forest of Death, Sasuke, as would be expected, Sasuke Uchiha was the first to awaken. His hand was at his kunai in a second. However, the blade held roughly against his throat made him consider an otherwise foolish plan. His eyes scanned around, noting that they were in a clearing surrounded by massive trees untouched by time. He also noted quickly a small river with a number of dead fish lying beside the stream. No doubt they were caught by his captor. With another jerk of the kunai at his throat, the boy looked to his captor. Namikaze looked him in the eye and said, "Now that you're awake, we can begin. As Kakashi stated, I am allowed to train you and your 2 companions for 7 days. In addition, I will be testing you all to see if you're ready for the Chunin exams." Sasuke had visited the Chunin exams every year. There was usually at least one Anbu keeping an eye on him in case one of the feudal lords kidnapped the boy for their own ends. This year, however, it would be his turn. That meant that there would be no more drank missions, which were usually left up to the genin anyway. Additionally, Sasuke planned on taking missions that would travel throughout the world. Itachi was out there, and Sasuke planned to kill him. Sasuke said then with a calm demeanor, "HN, then what is my mission? Kill you, I assume?" Namikaze gave a sad smirk. "Nope. I'm here to make sure that none of you die. After all, that's the only stipulations Kakashi placed on this exercise." He removed the blade from his neck and took a seat on a fallen tree stump. "You are to find your 3 teammates in this forest. The other 2 are somewhere in here. Your mission is to meet up with them." Sasuke smirked and began forming hand signs, Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. He tilted his head backwards and prepared to breathe a stream of fire out of his mouth. However, a thin layer of water formed over Sasuke's head. The fireball crashed into the wall of water, resulting in steam and a little smoke, but no signal. Sasuke turned and glared at Namikaze. Namikaze just smirked back at him and said, "You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?" Sakura, meanwhile, was still asleep in one of the upper branches near the Black Forest region of the forest. Namikaze's clone rested against the tree. It was mere minutes later that the girl awoke and fumbled around for a kunai. She looked around and saw the clone watching her from the distance. Her blade came into a guarding position as she backed up a bit. Unfortunately, that was a really stupid idea. Her back foot slipped, causing her to nearly fall off the massive branch. Her quick wits saved her as the other foot stuck firmly to the tree. Namikaze looked a bit amused at her antics. He held up his hands and said in a pacifying way, "Relax, relax. I'm not going to attack you again, unless you attack me first, of course." The girl looked at him dubiously, not dropping her weapon in the slightest. "How do I know that you won't? You just attacked me randomly, knocked me out with what I assume to be a contact sedative, and placed me in an unknown tree in an unknown location." Namikaze sighed and said, "You probably know of this training ground. It's the Forest of Death, probably the most dangerous training ground throughout the village of Konoha." Naruto, Namikaze immediately regretted the task he appointed. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Clones exploded in all directions, attempting to get away to the rest of the team and scout out the area. Thus, his careful plans of keeping him out of the Chunin exams would have been for naught. Surprisingly, he found it rather excellent practice for his Kaze Shunpa technique. He formed the wind void so it would intersect each clone. As he moved, his blade flashed through every clone, only giving a shallow scratch to each clone just in case Naruto had hidden himself among those clones. Turns out, one of the last escaping Naruto was the original. As time wore on, and as the genin continued to spam the area with more and more clones, Namikaze began to feel the side effects of using his instant movement technique. While he had used it in conjunction with some Meidōgai training, the Jounin's skeletal and muscular structure weren't prepared to deal with the massive stress of coming to an instant stop after traveling 100 feet in a second, turning on a dime in a fraction of a second, and then moving another 100 feet. Naruto, however, didn't look at all winded. In fact, it was like the boy was wearing him down on purpose. With that thought, Namikaze cursed in his head and immediately stopped using that technique. His blade shot forth and sent several wind scythes flying towards the upper canopy. Several massive branches were severed cleanly and fell to the ground, effectively cutting off every escape route except into the trees. Namikaze created four shadow clones and sent them into the trees to prevent any escape attempts. Naruto shouted, "Damn it, sensei. Let me go. I'll make you sorry if you don't. Go ahead, Naruto-kun. I've got nothing but time, my friend." "Team. I'm not your friend." Several more clones shot forward, swinging fists and blades at Namikaze. The elder Naruto just sighed and began fighting the younger off. He taunted, "You'll never be able to escape as long as your clones keep dying like that." Sasuke, 2 hours into training, Sasuke and Namikaze walked along in silence for several minutes. Namikaze walked along right next to the boy. The path he chose winded backwards and forwards. Sometimes, it seemed like the two were going in circles. Sasuke said, "How long are you going to continue following me?" Namikaze shrugged, "Until I'm bored." Sakura, 5 hours into training, Sakura shivered as she looked at the giant bear in front of her. The bear brought down its claws and smashed her into a pulp. Then, the remains turned into beautiful cherry blossoms and began spinning around the bear. The beast looked confused. Slowly, the bladed blossoms cut and cut at the bear. Within minutes, it was howling in anguish. Namikaze looked at the real Sakura and said, "What exactly did you make it see?" Sakura smirked and continued onward, "I showed it what it would get for messing with me." "You're scary, you know that?" The girl said, "From you, I'll take that as a compliment. I've heard the stories about you from Ino, who heard from Shikamaru and Chuji. Dangerous psycho who would torture someone for their own amusement." Namikaze looked at her with an incredulous expression. "Wait. Did they just say I'm turning into Anko? I resent that. I didn't do it for my own enjoyment. I did it to make them stronger." Sakura walked along, clearly not listening. Naruto 24 hours into training, the entire area had been saturated with explosions and debris. The two had been at it for a full 24 hours, and the signs showed. Namikaze was exhausted. There was little to no chakra left in the clone that fought the younger Naruto. Each time one of Namikaze's clones died, another clone was created to take its place. There were no kunai left on his person. His blade lay embedded in their wooden arena which encompassed the entire area. If it wasn't for the fact that they were both Naruto with ridiculous levels of stamina, the younger one would have escaped long ago. Naruto, on the other hand, was cut up. His orange jumpsuit had several holes with blood stains around each one. However, the Kyuubi constantly closed each injury. He could not ask the demon for chakra, he didn't know how, so he was just as exhausted as the Jounin. The two ninja looked at each other, and then collapsed as one. Namikaze's clone exploded instantly, leaving Naruto by himself in the middle of the forest of death. Sasuke, the real Namikaze, knew immediately when his clone died. He cursed to himself when Sasuke wasn't looking. It really was getting to be an utter disaster. Sasuke attempted no less than 10 times to put a subtle genjutsu on Namikaze and send off a flame jutsu as a signal. Each time was more impressive and subtle than the last, but he knew a few tricks, like keeping a few shadow clones hidden in the forest as substitution fodder. But the clones were also being watched by Sasuke as well. The boy's Sharingan could see Namikaze's clones, even hidden in the darkness as they were. Any suspicious movement on their part would be closely observed. The shadow clone that was watching Sakura wouldn't be of any use either. In fact, he suspected that Sakura had already ditched the clone by now. At least, that's what he expected. He looked to Sasuke, who was just sitting there, not moving. It was strange, Sasuke hadn't done anything recently to escape. Suddenly, Namikaze's eyes widened. Don't tell me. He threw a kunai at the boy, which went straight through him and out the other side. Bunshin no jutsu, and Namikaze had fallen for it. He looked to the shadow clones, which looked rather sheepishly at the original. He smirked and said, as expected of my old team. But even that won't be enough. Time to begin phase 2. He disappeared, racing after Naruto's position. Sakura, as Namikaze expected, Sakura had already given her clone escort the slip by placing it under a genjutsu with him seeing her sleeping. She moved silently through the forest, hiding from the larger predators which lurked in the forest. While he was interesting company, she quickly noted that Namikaze started leading her in circles after a while. It was like he was there to keep her from accomplishing the goal set up for her. Sasuke wouldn't have a problem escaping from one such as him, but Naruto on the other hand would be nothing but trouble. She had to find both of them. Maybe if she found Sasuke first they could track down their third member. She thought for a second on her old training techniques. She took part in a special class, one involving the detection of chakra. Sasuke and Ino were also part of the class. Honestly, they joined the class to be with Sasuke. However, she did learn while she was there. There was a hollow tree in the immediate area, so she took a seat in there and turned her concentration inward. Deep within her body, running hidden within her cells, she felt the channels, the coils of chakra flowing through her. Her mind followed these veins until it reached the spiraling center of her chakra circulatory system. No matter how many times she felt it, there would always be a small amount of awe at the burning blue flame she could recognize. Her mind sent signals to the flame, causing it to send chakra out of the tenketsu and form around her in a small cloud. All this took about 1 minute. The amount she called out was light, thin. Only those who had taken a similar course would be able to detect it. Then, her chakra flew outward, throughout the entire forest. In an instant, she sensed every major source of chakra out there. Namikaze's chakra was warm and slippery, like slime a bit but comforting in a way. Naruto's chakra was there, burning bright and warm as always, though it seemed reduced compared to what it was usually. Then her chakra washed over Sasuke's. Sakura still remembered the first time she felt his chakra. It was cool and refined, kind of pure in its own way. There was a dark undertone to it, but it just made him all the more alluring. Here, however, Sasuke's chakra was all that, but now containing a bit of the warmth she found in Naruto. She opened her eyes and began moving towards where she felt Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke, meanwhile, had taken up position deep within the upper canopy of the forest, trying to keep away from Namikaze and his clones. He felt Sakura's chakra impact him, which meant she would be on her way here in a short amount of time. Deep unease set in as he walked further and further into the forest toward Sakura. Foolish little brother. That voice. It couldn't be. His teeth clenched together. His eyes scanned the forest, but there was no one. There was no way he was ready. Fresh out of the academy, no experience fighting Jounin except Haku. New ideas began to form as he remembered the speed of the demon's tool. More images came to mind as Namikaze's own speed technique, Kaze Shuunpa, filled his mind's eye. It rejected that jutsu immediately, as it cost too much chakra. The exploding wind pellets, discarded just as quickly. Additionally, he had no idea how to make them. The jutsu that killed Naruto's clones, also a bit too much chakra, but there was a way to make it more for his uses. Itachi resided somewhere within the forest. It was the exact same feel he got from his brother. It was up to him, the last Uchiha, to bring him to justice, for the sake of his long-dead family, father, mother, he thought, you will be avenged. He pounded backwards up the tree into the foliage, where tracking the boy would prove to be more difficult. The element of surprise belonged entirely with his brother, meaning he had to take it back. Later on, he would realize it was futile. Itachi would have been an Anbu captain, same as Namikaze. Tracking Sasuke would have been a simple matter for either of them. The older brother's voice sounded again, "You've disappointed me, Sasuke. I will end your miserable, pathetic life of yours, and the lives of your comrades." The sounds of Sakura's and Naruto's screams made Sasuke stop in his tracks. Everything within him screamed to chase Itachi down and kill him, finish his goal. Avenge them. However, his body wouldn't move. Sasuke looked over his shoulder to where the screams undoubtedly were echoing from his teammates. He turned back to the road before him, where his senses told him the traitor was. He gritted his teeth and ran back, towards his team, asking what the hell he was doing the whole time. Namikaze watched on, surprised as the boy ran away from his Itachi clone to where two Namikaze clones had disguised themselves as Naruto and Sakura. Incredible, he thought that I thought for sure he'd keep going after the clone. The Itachi clone was placed out of sight so that Sasuke wouldn't see through it with the Sharingan. Speaking of, he quickly had his two clones dispel so that Sasuke wouldn't see through his plan. Well, Sakura and Naruto will fail their tests, no doubt. So, I'll let you have this victory, Sasuke-kun. Well done. Naruto. By this time, Naruto had awoken and already left the area, scaling into the highest region of the forest. It wasn't exactly known for being safe, what with the blood leeches. In fact, Naruto was running as fast as he could to give a mass of them the slip. Damn it! Naruto shouted. He pulled out a kunai with an explosive note attached to the end. The bomb went off and sent a number of the leeches flying in all directions. However, more poured over their fallen comrades in an effort to get at the boy. His eyes widened as he continued forward, cursing the whole way. Namikaze suddenly appeared next to Naruto, keeping pace with the boy. He said with a calm smile on his face, "Yo. How's it going?" Naruto's eyes widened and looked over his shoulder. He screamed in a panicky manner, "Don't you see that behind me, idiot? Those blood-sucking leeches nearly killed me an hour ago and they haven't stopped chasing me since." Namikaze looked at Naruto with good humor as he replied, "Well, you looked like you were having fun, so I thought I'd ask. Anyway, I must say you did fine work escaping that clone of mine. You certainly are a troublesome brat, you know." "Ah well, I'll leave you to your fun." Naruto screamed, "Ah, Namikaze-sensei. Come on, give me some help here. Please, I beg you, they keep coming no matter what I do." Namikaze pondered it for a second as he jumped from branch to branch. Then he withdrew a wind pellet and dropped it on the next branch they landed on. He jumped forward to the next branch with Naruto and formed a half-seal. The sea of blood leeches had washed over the wind pellet, leaving them right in the middle of the massive explosion. Green light sliced into the mass, killing off the majority and scattering those that remained. Naruto landed on the next branch and looked back. For 100 feet, the entire forest was torn apart. The tree collapsed. Because there wasn't enough mass to support the rest of it. All surviving blood leeches dissipated into the surrounding area, leaving the region quiet. Naruto clenched his fists and shouted, "Incredible. Hey, Namikaze-sensei. Can you teach me that jutsu? Come on, sensei." Namikaze looked bemused, We go from fighting each other to teacher/student in less than 5 hours? The boy's memory came back in that second. He said, "Ah, that's right. You kidnapped us and dragged us into this forest. It's all your fault." But the memory of the jutsu overwhelmed that one. His eyes soon sparkled again as he continued, "But who cares? Teach me that jutsu, sensei." Namikaze shook his head in amazement at his own antics. "No." Naruto looked like he had been slapped. "Why not, sensei? You don't have the control necessary to create that jutsu. If the jutsu is slightly off, you'd probably kill yourself." Suddenly, Naruto didn't look too eager to learn it. Namikaze chuckled at the student's sudden silence. He stopped and began sitting with his back to a tree. Naruto followed the man's lead and joined him. Namikaze cocked his head to the side. There was a mischievous look in his eye as he said, "Naruto, I have a scenario for you, and you have to answer this. Take it seriously, because it may very well decide if I allow you in the Chunin exam or not." Naruto immediately looked serious. Namikaze began, "Two of your best friends are trying to kill one another. One has abandoned Konoha, but he's like a brother to you. The other is a teammate, one you don't really like or trust too much. However, there is nothing but loyalty to Konoha in him. Neither one is backing down and it appears that they will fight to the death. Who do you support?" Naruto was disturbed at the question. Namikaze thought for a second and then replied, "Maybe it would be better if I give names to them. The first is Sasuke. I am the second. Who do you pick?" The boy pondered long and hard. Namikaze bowed his head for a second, giving himself a small smirk. "No matter his answer, I will fail him. If he picks Sasuke, he's betraying Konoha and a trusted ally. If he picks myself, he's betraying Sasuke, who I love like a brother." Sakura couldn't tell exactly how far Naruto and Sasuke were. Her senses were more like a compass, giving her a proper direction. She dashed through the bushes and shrubs towards where she felt their chakra. Her skill in the jutsu wasn't quite complete, so she could only head in that general direction. In fact, she had been traveling in the same direction for over an hour, when her test began. Namikaze had laid out several shadow clones throughout the region, both to make sure none of the more dangerous animals could ambush their training. One of them landed in front of her, Sakura-san. "Nice escape from my counterpart back there. However, I cannot allow you to move closer, at least not yet." The clone pulled out a kunai and waited for the girl to make her move. Sasuke's head spun. He didn't understand why he couldn't find Sakura or Naruto. He felt they were close by, but then they just vanished. His Sharingan scanned the area for an ambush by Itachi. However, he didn't stand a chance as something slammed him in the back of the neck. Black ate away at his vision. Within seconds, the boy lay unconscious at Namikaze's feet. The Jounin sighed as he picked the boy up and carried him off in preparation. Naruto finally appeared ready to answer. He gave a sad expression as he said, "I wouldn't let you kill Sasuke." Namikaze smirked in victory. However, Naruto clenched his fists and shouted, "But I wouldn't let Sasuke kill you either." Shock. There was no other way of putting it. He glared at the boy as he shouted, "You have to pick one or the other. We won't back down from killing each other. So, what do you choose?" The genin remained firm in his stance. Namikaze jumped up and grabbed at the boy's neck, slamming him into the massive branch floor. Naruto winced a bit in pain, but didn't look away. "I won't let you kill each other. I'd find a way to save you both. There has to be a way." Once again, shock set in. His hand shook. He said as he pulled out a kunai, "Then if you get in the way, we'd probably kill you as we went after each other. You'd change nothing, but get yourself killed." He slammed it down into the wood up to the ring on the back of the kunai. Then so be it. If that's my fate to stop the fighting, I'd pay that price gladly. Those who betray the rules are scum. However, those who abandon their friends, either one of them, are worse than scum. His hand came away and Namikaze stepped away. He grabbed at his face. Slowly, his hand loosened and the corners of his mouth twitched. A sort of crazy smile formed on his face, and a chuckle escaped. The sound was strained. More came out a second later. Soon, he was laughing and laughing like a maniac. He began clapping his hands together and said between peals of laughter, You'd save us both. Of course you would. It took a bit to calm himself down, then he looked Naruto over cautiously, as if through new eyes. Namikaze said, would have chosen my teammate. I'd have killed my heart to do it, and then killed myself afterwards. I wouldn't be able to live with the regret of killing my best friend, my brother. Namikaze looked to the sky and began smiling. His eyes, which were a dull blue, seemed to grow a slight bit brighter. He said, it is my loss. You've bested me. You'll be a more worthy Hokage than I'd ever be. His head snapped downwards and turned to Naruto. The wind seemed to pick up and swirl around the two of them. Namikaze said with a serious expression, on this day, I will support you in your bid to make Hokage. I will do whatever is necessary to put you in that seat. However, if you ever change your beliefs, I will kill you myself. Do you understand? Naruto looked shocked, but then began laughing pleasantly, yeah. I'll be a Hokage you can respect. Namikaze closed his eyes and thought, that's all I've ever wanted. New memories flooded his mind. It was Sakura's turn next, so he quickly chopped the back of Naruto's neck, putting him out like a light. As with Sasuke, Naruto was carried away to the final test. Sakura, sweat dripped down the kunoichi's brow. The clone, however, hadn't been budged an inch. Whatever genjutsu she tried, the Jounin merely shrugged it off. Then, Namikaze smirked and said, that's enough. You may now proceed forward. Sasuke, Naruto, and the real Namikaze are awaiting you ahead. The clone burst into smoke, but not before tossing a soldier pill to her. She confirmed it to be real, and swallowed it. The route ahead was clear. Sakura dashed along, carefully taking in the surroundings, waiting for a possible ambush, but none came. Soon, she came upon two boys lying on the ground. She gasped and ran over, realizing it was Naruto and Sasuke. However, as she approached, an explosive note detonated, just out of reach of the two boys, but obstructing Sakura. She flinched and jumped back as the heat washed over her. Namikaze landed on a branch overhead from the clearing and shouted, Sakura-san. You see in front of you your two teammates. Both of them are covered with explosive notes. Get too close to one of them, and the explosive notes of the other will detonate. You have to choose now, whom will you save? One hand opened up towards Sasuke, and then the other towards Naruto. Once again, the genin underestimated her teacher. Sakura looked unconcerned as she said, you're a Jounin sensei. You wouldn't kill those you've been charged with. Namikaze cocked his head to the side and formed the ram sign. The resulting explosion detonated on Sasuke's shoulder. The blast was smaller than a usual explosive note, but still quite potent. It burned through his blue shirt and his skin. Sakura's eyes widened, her pulse quickened. Her body instinctively moved towards the Uchiha as her mouth opened to shout. However, the next explosion hit Naruto, causing her to shift focus equally quickly to the other boy. Namikaze gave a smirk and said, do you believe me now? Sakura's mouth opened and closed several times in rapid succession, and then she nodded. A minute passed as she observed quickly. It was an impossible situation. Her mind continued to spiral out of control, panic and terror clouding her most basic judgment. She grabbed at her head as she shook it, realizing there was no way to save them both. Despair set in and utter defeat. Then, a voice in the back of her said, "Idiot." The voice stopped her thoughts as it took dominance. "We cannot lose. Sasuke's counting on us, and Naruto too. Calm down, Shinaru." Her eyes hardened immediately as she began thinking, and then they both closed. Namikaze's victorious smirk that had been on his face turned downward. She was panicking only a moment ago. What is she planning? Seconds passed, and then a minute. Finally, her eyes shot open and she smirked. The Jounin glared at her. That expression was one he knew well. The problem was, it didn't really fit on her face. It was more at home on Shikamaru's face. She's figured something out. I have to be very careful here. She can't be allowed to die, so I may have to use water jutsu alone. My wind jutsus are merely for killing. His mouth gave a small grin as he joked to himself. Water was always best for suppressing fire, and it would be best to put an end to it right now. Her hand slipped into her bag. From within, she withdrew several packets attached to kunai. She threw them at a branch hanging several feet over Namikaze. His eyes narrowed as he recognized the jutsu. It would be too easy to move out of the way, but this was as good a place as any to prepare the field for battle. He withdrew a scroll from his front pouch and released the water on the massive branch. The packets opened up, revealing several small explosive notes. They fluttered to the ground slowly and Namikaze formed several hand signs. Sakura threw a larger explosive note, which detonated and covered the area in fire. After the smoke cleared, there was a spinning vortex of water surrounding the man. After a minute, the water jutsu dispelled. Sakura was already on the move, using the blast to create a blind spot. The Jounin dodged to the left, narrowly dodging the kunai hurtling in his direction. The genin appeared on a branch and said, "As I said before, I talked to Ino about your test." Sakura vanished again, revealing her to be nothing more than an illusionary clone. Another clone appeared next to Namikaze, who tried to grab it with a water snake he conjured out of the puddle. She continued, "It seems that you're interested in making each team member stand as a unit, keeping them from letting one another die." Namikaze smirked as he saw the clone vanish. He shouted, "And I thought you hated Ino." Another clone appeared which said, "She told me as a warning. We still hate each other, but that's beside the point. It's interesting that you're so concerned over teamwork. Tell me, which teammate did you fail?" The Jounin's eyes bulged as he threw several kunai at the girl. Once again, they flew straight through the girl. Sakura seemed to laugh as she continued, "Look at you. I see that you're nothing but a failure." That was too much for the Jounin. Everything to stop as his mind went to another time and place. Flashback: Sakura and Sasuke walked alongside Naruto as they walked over the hill towards the rendezvous with their Anbu contact. The contact would have key information for them on the Kazekage, Gaara of the desert, where he would be in a couple days. Ever since Iruka was murdered by Gaara, Naruto had been seeking to put an end to that Jinchuriki. It wasn't too long after Hinata's death, so he was still down. Sakura noticed this and said, "Cheer up, Naruto. You know she wouldn't want you to linger on like this." "What should I do then, Sakura-kun? I couldn't even protect my wife. How on earth could I possibly be Hokage when I couldn't even save one of my precious people? It's my fault she's dead. I'm a failure." She reached over and slapped Naruto. His face swelled up and cheeks stung. Sakura grabbed his head and said with no small amount of anger, "Naruto, I want you to listen to me, very, closely. You got that?" Naruto nodded in fear and she continued, "You are going to be Hokage. You are not a failure. I will not let you talk about yourself like that." Once again, he nodded. End flashback. His voice sounded only loud enough for him to hear, "Shut up." The clone continued, "Too much for you? I'll say it again, you're an utter failure. How many people have you failed in your life? Worthless loser who couldn't even save one person. Sakura had gone way too far. Namikaze lost himself. Red chakra exploded from his body as he glared at her. His eyes became slitted. Sakura's clone vanished into the mass of red chakra. Suddenly, her genjutsu faded, and she could be seen crouching on a branch between Naruto and the Jounin. She squinted through the rush of chakra as it washed over the whole area. What the hell is this? This wasn't part of the plan. Namikaze screamed and grabbed at his head. The Kyuubi urged him to kill her. His vision was red, but then he remembered Sakura's death. He shouted, "No! I won't do it." Instantly, the red chakra vanished. Namikaze still looked absolutely livid, but the killer intent was no longer there. He formed the hand signs in quick succession: Suetun, Teppadama no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Bullet. Water formed in the Jounin's mouth, and he fired several shots at her. She jumped backwards off the branch and attached her hands to the side of the branch, putting the branch between herself and the angry ninja. The water bullets slammed into Naruto. None of them caused injury, but they were of the syrup-like substance characteristic of Namikaze's water clones. The boy wouldn't be moving anytime soon. Sakura smirked as she saw he wasn't injured by the attacks. She dropped from the branches and raced to Sasuke to remove the explosive tags. Namikaze saw her and prepared to attack, but then noticed what she was doing. He thought maliciously, "I win. 3 meters, 2, 1. Finally, she was within range. Namikaze looked to Naruto to witness the explosion, but there was nothing. He threw a kunai at her to see if she wasn't just a clone. The attack struck her arm, but didn't stop her. Blood started dripping from her wound. He shouted, "What the?" He formed the necessary hand sign for the boy and shouted, "Katsu." Nothing. Then, he realized just what she had done. His eye began twitching again. He shouted, "Damn you, Sakura. You tricked me." Sakura didn't even pay him any attention. The explosive tags were all removed and scattered away. It was a simple plan: get Namikaze mad enough to attack her with water jutsu. She remembered him doing some not too long ago. If she dodged the attack at the right moment, the attacks would hit either Naruto or Sasuke. It was a gamble that Namikaze wouldn't use a killing technique, but one that paid off. The explosive notes were a combination between paper, ink and chakra. If the paper and ink were destroyed or damaged, the explosive note would be unusable. The water damaged the paper, preventing it from catching fire. The ink was also destroyed, as the water made it run together, eliminating the seal altogether. Many ninja coat their weapons with a layer of chakra protection to prevent the notes from being destroyed in a wet environment. However, Namikaze never expected to deal with anything other than fire ninjutsu from Sasuke. Sakura noticed quickly that the boy was under genjutsu, so she formed the ram seal and whispered, "Kai." Sasuke's eyes fluttered open, and soon he was fully alert, looking for Itachi. Namikaze writhed in fury at being defeated like that, but he didn't give in to the Kyuubi this time. Sakura ran over and released the genjutsu on Naruto. As the team explained what happened between the three of them, Namikaze once again suppressed his fury. It left only amazement in the end. His mouth twisted a bit into a smile. The three teammates were interrupted by the sound of ever-growing laughter. They turned to their teacher. Naruto shouted, "Bastard! It was you, wasn't it? You knocked me out." Sasuke put the pieces together quickly and said, "Itachi was never here either. You led me on a wild goose chase over nothing. I won't let you get away with that." Sakura just glared at the Tokubetsu Jounin. Namikaze stopped laughing as he replied, "Indeed. It seems you all passed my tests. Every single one of you. I must admit, I never expected this. Well, only one thing to do then. He raised his thumb and shouted, I hereby approve of you entering the Chunin exams in 2 weeks. The three were shocked, but then overjoyed. Namikaze kept smiling, but that leaves us with 5 days for training. I'll be happy to continue training you all here. You'll have to stay for the full 5 days, unless you decide to give up. Sakura reverted to being nervous. Why would we give up, sensei? Killer intent began raining down on the 3 ninja as the Jounin's eyes darkened considerably, because, I'm about to introduce to you the next level of hell. Prepare yourselves, because you may die as result of my training. Kakashi sat down on one of the benches outside the Hokage tower. He enjoyed the next Ika book that Namikaze had handed him only 48 hours prior. As he wondered where Jiraiya got these ideas, the sound of 2 screams echoed from the direction of the Forest of Death. He looked up to the sky and muttered, Do your best, my cute little students. Fukuoka, 3 days ago, the sun shone brightly overhead in the quiet little village. Maybe too hot. There wasn't any wind, not even the slightest breeze to tug at the hems of the villagers' clothes. The town was inhabited by less than 100 people. It was northwest of Konoha. The trees of the Konoha forest lay towards the southeast, not 200 meters from the nearest building. At the center, several children ran around the fountain while the adults moved about from street vendor to vendor. The small community was a trading town, a sort of conduit between many of the Western elemental nations. Mangekyo was embroiled in constant civil war and wouldn't allow even the richest trader through its borders. So, travelers from Suna made their way through Fukuoka, a small border town on the edge of Fire Country. Most Konoha ninja knew of Fukuoka. It was out of the way, where many ninja took time off before returning to active duty. Kakashi spent a short time there after his first mission as a Jounin resulted in a teammate's death. Some say the inactivity got to him because after the stint in the town, Kakashi returned a changed man, always tardy to everything. Several merchants set up shop in the streets, exchanging wares between the locals and other merchants throughout the elemental countries. Konoha only maintained a minor presence in the town, usually as a base for Anbu missions or the border patrols. Currently, there was a team of 2 Chunin, 1 Tokubetsu Jounin and a full Jounin assigned to guard Fukuoka and perform border patrols. Roma and his Tokubetsu Jounin partner, Ryo Takeshi, were lucky. The previous night, the team drew straws to determine who would go out on patrol while the winners got to relax in town. Roma and Ryo won. They were dressed as civilians and played cards with some of the locals at the bar. Well, more appropriately, Ryo was playing while Roma watched outside from the window. Roma had lost all his money an hour ago, so he kept watch on the caravan pool, where the traveling merchants took residence while in the town. Ryo sighed and smiled to his partner, laying down his cards. Straight flush with 10 high. The other patrons groaned as he reeled in another big pot with over 20,000 Ryo. Roma walked back over to the table and grabbed Ryo's shoulder. All right, Ryo. Let's get back out there. It's about noon and time to check the log. Merchants who came in had to be recorded. It was standard policy at the border towns. Experts at the towns would liaison with the local shinobi in case they caught drug runners, convicts or other shinobi posing as merchants. On occasion, if the cargo was valuable enough, the merchants would travel with other shinobi for protection. Sometimes teams of shinobi would also enter other border towns for escort missions or the like. The Konoha shinobi present would detain them for a short amount of time. Records of those arriving in or departing from Fire Country were taken. Within a few minutes, Ryo had already arrived at the liaison office and began chatting with the head of the trade council. So, how are we looking? The trade master shifted in his seat as he pulled out the report. Nothing too interesting so far. We have 3 caravans from different countries resting in the town. They will be departing within the hour for Kusa and Suna. Another dozen walking merchants made their way through town and out in the last couple hours. He flipped through several pages to the last set and muttered, "Oh yeah. We have one armed convoy coming through shortly after the caravans leave." Roma straightened up and asked, "Why weren't we informed of this earlier? Currently, 2 of our shinobi are out on patrol. If they cause trouble, we won't be able to deal with them." The master waved him off. "Nah, I received the info this morning from one of the walking merchants. I told your men how they would arrive. The 2 will be watching the convoy after scouting the border. It'll be all right." The 2 ninja realized there was nothing that could be done, so they went out and over to the caravan pool where they helped the caravans pack up and prepare to move out. Armed caravan, the 2 Konoha ninja jumped onwards towards where the convoy was slated to be. It was an hour before their arrival, and the trade master told them where to meet them. Through the thick trees, the Jounin could see the caravan ahead. The 2 took up positions and watched as they approached Fukuoka. Hiro didn't like it. There was no way to tell where they had come from. A traveling merchant from the north was the one who gave the trade master warning. Their lack of identification sent up a warning flag in his mind. The convoy slowed to a stop, which surprised the 2 Konoha ninja. 3 ninja. Hiro assumed walked alongside the wagon. A 4th ninja stepped out from within, a female with brown hair and had a fiery look that could melt mountains. The 3 ninja took up positions around the caravan and began looking around, scouting the surrounding trees, while the 4th stood close by. One of them was dressed in what appeared to be a Rounin's outfit. There was a white cloth which covered his left eye. The 2nd nin dressed in a formal yukata. However, the dress didn't hinder her movements in the slightest. The 3rd wore a blue zipped-up trench coat that went down to his ankles and up to his nose. Sora whispered to Hiro, "What are they doing, Taicho?" "Don't know. Do not drop your guard for a second." One of the 3 ninja looked in their direction. Then, Sora's eyes met with his. The ninja began scratching at his cloth. Suddenly, Sora's vision went black. He couldn't see anything. His eyesight was gone. "Hiro-san, I cannot see." The first thing Hiro did was try to dispel whatever genjutsu plagued Sora, but it quickly became apparent that it was impossible. The yukata nin and blue trenchcoat vanished from their spots, racing towards the trees to engage whoever dared to threaten the mission. Meanwhile, Hiro jumped to ground with Sora and shouted, "Hold! Release whatever genjutsu you have on my subordinate. We're Konoha nin." The samurai nin looked unconcerned with the jounin, but quickly snapped his fingers. Immediately, yukata and blue trenchcoat stopped their advance and returned to the caravan. However, Sora had started whimpering. Hiro shouted, "Shut up, Sora." Isumi stopped. Samurai walked forward, allowing Hiro a closer look at the nin. There were indeed 3 swords on the man's side and held the stance of a samurai, however there was a way in which he walked. There was no doubt this samurai was a ninja, nothing more or less. Perhaps trained by samurai at one time in the art of kenjutsu. Samurai ninja spoke up, "Sorry for my being so jumpy. The instant I saw him I got a bit excited at trying out a new jutsu I recently acquired." He formed the ram seal and tapped Sora. Instantly, the man could see again. Hiro shook his head and said, "You'll need to pull yourself together from now on." If this was an actual attack, you would have his monologue was cut off as 2 hot searing pains cut into his throat and into his back. His eyes began to blur as he felt his life begin to drain out. Blackness began eating at the corner of his eyesight. His subordinate stared on in horror as the other 2 ninja advanced on him menacingly. His eyesight completely faded and the last thing he heard was the sound of Sora scream through the night, followed by the dull thump of someone or something hitting the ground. Fukuoka, Ryo was sitting down enjoying some tea when suddenly the cup fell apart in his hands. The Tokubetsu jounin rose quickly to avoid being sprayed with the contents of his favorite drink. He looked down soberly at the spilled contents and sighed. Roma would have some more clean-up duty this evening. Elsewhere, Roma shivered as he sat on the fountain and watched the little children run around. The 3 caravans had left for Suna, and with them went an atmosphere of excitement. Roma pulled out a silver pocket watch he had recently bought. It wouldn't do to take it out on missions. Even if it wasn't destroyed by normal wear and tear, the watch might be ruined if he dropped it in mud or got coated with another's blood. Additionally, it was shiny, so if he pulled it out, an eagle-eye shinobi would be able to spot it from a mile away. For his family, he had picked out a small ball his son would love and a wooden dog carved from a tree in Kusa. His wife was an Inazuka, but his son didn't inherit their genes. His musings were brought to an end as the children stopped running around. The sound of a creaky axle turning signaled that the armed caravan was coming. Ryo came outside and walked towards it slowly and cautiously. The first thing they noticed was that Sora and Hiro were not present. He stopped immediately at that. Roma took note of his partner's hesitancy. The 3 ninja guarding the convoy looked at them with the same amount of caution. Once they took up a lot in the caravan gathering area, the 3 seemed to relax. Ryo sniffed at the air and growled to himself. The 3 smelled of fresh blood. He said in a low undertone, "Where are our teammates?" The half-blind samurai ninja walked calmly but slowly towards the 2 ninja. Trenchcoat and yukata moved towards the trade master. The master didn't expect a thing as a kunai flicked forward, skewering him through the eye into his head. The ninja spoke calmly, "Simple. We killed them. It was a pity, I would have rather preferred an honorable fight. At least I'll be sure to make your deaths quick." The children screamed as the old man they had known their whole life dropped to the ground. Ryo and Roma dropped into a fighting stance as Trenchcoat and Yukata rejoined their leader. An explosion took place on the other side of town, causing Ryo and Roma to glance in that direction in shock. Roma was horrified with what was going on, but Ryo just kept up a calm demeanor. He had seen many horrors during the last Shinobi War. He had even participated in the massacre of the Dragonfly village with Jiraiya. He shouted, "Roma! Steel your heart. These guys must not be allowed to proceed any further into the town." Roma looked to him with no small amount of fear, "But there's no way we can take them." He took out Hirateku. "And look, not a scratch on them." Ryo grimaced and said, "Yes they did. Our names may very well end up on the memorial before tomorrow. However, we need to hold them off to get the civilians out." Roma didn't find it comforting that Ryo had no hope for survival. But he was right. The children were cowering in fear as the Trenchcoat ninja looked at them with a piercing eye. Trenchcoat spoke up for the first time in a deep undertone, "I'll do the dirty work. There should be no problem with that. You 2 can take these 2 by yourselves. Besides, I was the one sent to deal with the unpleasant tasks anyway." 2 kunai shot out from his long sleeves into the gloved hands. It was Ryo that stepped between the young ones and the ninja. He said with a determined look, "Kids, get out of here. Your parent told you where to go in case of invasion?" They shook their heads, which Ryo saw out of the corner of his eye. He gave a smirk and said, "Rumikun. I will hold them here. This is the last task I give you, protect these children with your life. Take them to the sanctuary." Roma nodded and began running with the children for the safe zone. Samurai Ninja sighed and gave a small shrug, "Just how long do you think you could hold us here? We're all at Jounin level, so you don't have a snowball's chance in hell of holding us off. After you die, we'll give chase to your friend and finish him off as well." Ryo gave a chilling smirk as he said icily, "I've fought in a war or 2, survived the Kyubi no Kitsune's assault on Konoha and fought countless Jounin over the years. I will not fall so easily." The samurai Nin gave him an appraising look and said, "Stand back you 2. I will deal with him myself." He stepped forward and began scratching at his left eye. Suddenly, Ryu's world went black. However, he didn't lose his calm just because he could no longer see. He closed his eyes and began listening around him. He couldn't hear the sound of the nin's feet. He could still hear the sound of breathing from two people, Trenchcoat and Yukata. However, he couldn't hear Samurai at all. The sound of more screams could be heard from other parts of the village. He placed his hand on the ground and listened very hard. Suddenly, his senses screamed at him and he dove to the right, away from the ninja who threatened to kill him in one blow. The blade cut along his side as landed several feet away. Chuckling erupted from where he was just standing moments before. Impressive. Most impressive to dodge that attack. Looks like I still have a ways to go before it's perfected. So tell me, how did you dodge it? He placed his hand on the ground again and listened intently. He managed to dodge the attack a second time, but this time threw a kunai at where he thought the enemy was. The sound of metal clashing against metal sounded in the dark. In a split second, Ryu pulled out several shuriken and kunai and threw all of them at where the sound erupted. This time, there was no sound but that of kunai hitting a wall a dozen yards away. More taunting came forth. Good move with that kunai. But you won't get another chance to kill me like that again. So once again, was it the sound? That's not possible because I have hidden my steps. Smell? The stench of blood that started to rise in the air should be stopping that. Your sight is gone, so what remains? Taste? It is the most useless of senses when fighting a battle. Once again, Ryuz held himself up by the one hand and his ears were listening intently. His senses suddenly warned him of another attack, but he failed to dodge this one. It struck the Tokubetsu Jounin's leg, followed quickly by a secondary strike to the other leg. In an instant, the darkness that clouded Ryu's eyes went away and the samurai ninja stood over him looking triumphant. Another two thrusts of the sword and Ryu's arms were rendered useless. Samurai laughed to himself, I see. When you touched your hand to the stone floor, you could feel the vibrations in the ground and react accordingly. You were also able to hear the sound of my blade cutting through the air. Nothing I can do about the second one, but I should be able to compensate for the first. Trenchcoat and Yukata vanished immediately, giving chase to Roma and the children, leaving Samurai and Ryu alone. The attacking nin took a seat next to the twitching ninja. Ryu muttered, you promised to make it fast. Kill me. Samurai said, kill you? We're not going to do any such thing. You are going to be a messenger for us, whether you want to or not. Then, we will kill you. Deep within the forest, it was only through sheer luck that Roma managed to give the two nin the slip. The kids were scared half to death. Roma kept a calm face on for them. The stench of blood was still around, which meant the pursuers were in the area. One child was shivering in terror. Roma stopped and dropped next to her, saying, it will be all right. You'll see. He gave a smile to her. It seemed to reassure the little girl, as she stopped shivering. Several minutes more of traversing the forest and they finally arrived at the meeting place. It was an old well that had dried up several years ago. Roma lowered the children down as quickly as possible using a rope he sealed away in one of his scrolls. After that, he jumped down the well and into the darkened pit below. The children all stayed to the side to avoid being crushed as the chunin landed safely. Roma slammed his fist against one of the stones, which caused a secret doorway in the side to open. The children filed in and Roma followed after, closing the door afterwards. Several detection seals activated, which meant that Konoha would know something had happened to the border village. They walked down the now lit corridor. Roma pushed another stone, causing another secret door to open. If the wrong stone was pushed, the corridor would explode, while leaving the sanctuary completely safe on the other side. As the door started to open, his hair suddenly stood on end. Something wasn't right. He spun around and managed to slap away two kunai which were aimed at the children. The trenchcoat ninja stood at the entrance to the doorway. Roma said, "Get inside, now." The children all scurried inside while the two ninja squared off against one another. Trenchcoat muttered in his deep tone, "There's no escape from here. It's hopeless. Why are you attacking us? Is this some revenge against Konoha? I don't bear you or Konoha any real grudge. But this is a mission. I must complete it. I have personally been tasked to do the dirtier deeds to keep those other two clean. Not that it matters to me. Your children are being killed even now on the other side of that door." Roma turned around at the sound of the children screaming from the other side. 2 thumps later, Roma had been struck with a kunai to the back of the neck and the kidney, killing blows. Trenchcoat's deep voice sounded in his ear, "Now, you and those children must die. We cannot have witnesses." From within the sanctuary, Yukata emerged. There was no blood on her clothes, but the kunai she carried were drenched in blood. Roma's vision began to grow blurry as he collapsed to one knee. He muttered, "No. No, I will not go out that easily." He pushed himself up and walked in a groggy manner towards the wall. Trenchcoat snatched both kunai from Roma's back and stabbed him again with the knives, but this time both in the back of the neck. Roma didn't feel it. Instead he focused on one point in the wall, the trap which would collapse the tunnel. His hand landed on the stone as he smirked. His voice whispered with no small amount of malice, "Die." The stone was connected to several exploding notes that ran down the top of the tunnel. They exploded in rapid succession, with the last one right above the entrance to the sanctuary. Present day, Konoha, Forest of Death, Kakashi watched as his 3 students walked out of the forest. He chuckled to himself at their sight. The 3 seemed like narrowly avoided being blown up. In a way, it was true. Namikaze used several wind pellets and tore up a good portion of the forest battling Sasuke specifically. Sakura carried her right arm in a sling, as if broken. Naruto's left leg was being dragged along the ground and the left side of his face was covered in bruises. His clothes were cut in several places as if he was pierced by 100 kunai. Sasuke had dozens of cuts. His right eye was twitching and his left seemed swollen shut. Both arms were seriously cut up. Some of those wounds were still bleeding in fact. Namikaze, however, didn't seem too much the worse for the wear. No cuts, though his clothes were torn in a couple places. There were a few nicks on his high-tie he was sure weren't there before. His face was livid with fury. If looks could kill, all of Konoha would have died in that instant. Namikaze had failed, utterly and completely in his personal mission to keep Team 7 out of the exam. Naruto gained new life as he ran to Kakashi and said he was the kindest teacher ever in the history of the village. Kakashi mildly wondered what exactly went on within the forest. However, now was the time to send his team to the hospital for a well-deserved checkup. He picked up Naruto and carried him away. Namikaze turned to the ramen shop and decided that it would be best to vent to Anko. However, plans don't always go as one would expect. On his way, he stopped by the local hot springs, and took a short rest. There was a bathhouse nearby, and he thought of going in, but thought better of it. Sakura had nearly killed him that one time he peeked at her. 7 broken ribs, both eyes swollen shut for 2 days, internal bleeding, collapsed lung, and both arms and legs broken, it haunted him even to this day. However, as he sat, the sound of chuckling entered his ears. He rose, stepped on the water and looked around the corner towards the bathhouse. Sure enough, there was an old man sitting down looking between 2 bamboo reeds, chuckling up a storm. Namikaze said, "What do you think you are doing? I won't allow you to get away with such actions while I'm around. I'm a Tokubetsu Jounin, and you're under arrest, you dirty old man." He dashed towards the old man. The old man looked at him with disinterest and slammed his hand on the ground. A massive orange toad materialized out of smoke. The toad's mouth opened, sending a tongue wrapping around the jounin. Namikaze looked down and shouted, this is. He was sent flying, slamming against the stone floor. The old man muttered, keep it down. You want us to be caught like that? Namikaze's shadow clone exploded into smoke. The real jounin materialized on the bridge and said, I don't know who you are, but I can't allow you to keep doing such actions. Who do you think you are anyway? The old man flourished in a dramatic fashion, I'm glad you asked. I am the hermit of Mt Myobokuzan, the wise and immortal Sannin. That's right, I'm the legendary Toad Sage. Namikaze looked disinterested, I don't care. The Toad Sage did a face fault. He shouted, you asked who I was, I don't really care. You're just a dirty old man, getting his enjoyment from peeping at naked women. Jiraiya pulled out an orange cover book and replied, I'm not peeping. I'm doing research for my book series. I'm a novelist, you see. Namikaze recognized the cover, and pulled out his own book, confirming the name. The Toad Sage looked a bit excited, oh. You know my series. What do you think? The jounin read the author's name. He blinked and read it again and then shouted louder than before, Jiraiya. Wait, you're Jiraiya, the writer of Kakashi's perverted book series. You're just a perverted old man. The sound of Namikaze's last words caused several women from behind the bamboo fence to scream and run away. Jiraiya looked back with distress, no, 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 and no. I was about to get some good peeping, research done with them. He turned to face Namikaze and shouted, look at what you've done. Now I'll have to go to another bath. Namikaze continued shouting back, how the hell are you Jiraiya the Sannin, one of the legendary three? There's no way you're on the same level as that bastard snake. Jiraiya pulled back a bit and repeated, bastard snake? Surely you're not talking about Orochimaru, are you? Namikaze glared at him and said, yeah, but don't change the topic, tell me, have you heard of any news about him? No, I haven't. Why, you know something about him? Why are you after Orochimaru? Namikaze looked away and said, let's just say he did something I found unforgivable. Jiraiya began walking away, nope. Not good enough. I need to know a bit more than that. Wait. Alright. He killed a friend I thought of as a brother. Jiraiya stopped and said, who'd he kill? Namikaze didn't say anything for the longest time. Finally, he replied with a sad tone, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me. The jounin nodded and said, well, it began a number of years ago, as he told the story of how he arrived in Konoha. Fukuoka, it had been 2 days since they arrived. There wasn't a living soul left in the village. The samurai ninja bent over the unconscious Tokubetsu jounin. The sound of 4 feet slamming on the ground captured his attention. 2 Konoha Anbu had arrived, we won't allow you to do any more. The nin took the Anbu apart in a second, slashing their throats while parrying their counterattacks. His sword came away without the trace of blood. A minute later, his 2 teammates landed on either side of him. The samurai said, report. Trenchcoat nodded, we've finally gotten the rest of the survivors, locating all the meeting places. We got the children first and the Konoha nin. Well, actually Mayusuke got the children while I got the ninja. Nearly got us in one of the tunnels, but we managed to take shelter in the safe house at the end of it. We used the secondary exit we discovered when scouting the area. Afterwards, we searched for the other safe houses and got the rest. The samurai nin sighed. It took 2 days, but they finally got the rest of the villagers. Surprisingly, a few of the villagers gave their 4th member some trouble and helped the others get away. He himself was tasked with diverting the other merchants and caravans away from Fukuoka during this time. Mayusuke, the Yukata Kunoichi, said, now we wait, right Taicho? The leader replied, yeah. It shouldn't be too long before they send someone out to check on the border. His hand rose to his mouth and said into the handheld radio, "We are done. Return to our position. We will await the team's arrival at the final destination." Konoha, Jiraiya wasn't sure how much he believed. He wasn't even sure that the Jounin contained the Kyubi no Kitsune. The seal over the Jounin's stomach was different from the Yondame's, like someone else had created the technique which held in, whatever it was behind the seal. To be fair, it was probably the demon fox, but there was no way of being sure short of the fox's chakra being used. From what Namikaze said, it seemed such a test would be a bad idea. The seal was crudely done. It seemed like 9 points surrounded the Kyubi. In greater detail, there were 9 barriers surrounding the seal. At the very top of the circular seal, a gap existed, a safety measure in case too much chakra built up within, or release. However, it appeared that the seal had begun to weaken, the 9 barriers wearing off. Jiraiya frowned as he walked onward. However, that was not the part that interested Jiraiya most of all. On each of the 9 barriers, there was the inscription of a black flame. Such black flames represent sacrifice, the sacrifice of the life of a person. It could only mean one thing: the seal required the sacrifice of 9 lives. That alone lent evidence towards the Kyubi being sealed within. However, such thoughts would have to wait. The old pervert was walking alongside the blonde enigma through the crowded streets. Namikaze asked, "So, you've heard my story. I must know yours. Why are you in Konoha?" Jiraiya looked down the street with a serious expression. "Sensei sent word, asking for my return for help unsealing a number of memory seals. There were 2 missing nin who had assaulted a Konoha ninja only a month ago, however they haven't made much headway on the survivor. The old man sent the word out and here I am." Namikaze looked thoughtful as they pushed their way through the crowd surrounding a number of recently arrived foreign merchants. His mind went back, remembering the attack on the hospital and Nara compound. Shortly after capture, the second ninja committed suicide upon regaining consciousness while the first barely survived his own suicide attempt. TNI wouldn't risk waking him up in case the ninja attempted to do it again. The prisoner was handed over to Inoichi's Genjutsu division. However, the memory specialist ran into several memory seals, preventing him from delving too deep. There had been no progress since. Jiraiya, however, might be able to make something out of the seals. The 2 continued onward towards their respected destinations. Enko's apartment. Namikaze paused in front of the door, contemplating whether it would be better to just go in, or knock. The sound of glass breaking forced his decision. The door slid open and he stepped inside, right into the line of sight of a pair of kunai. Instinctively, his hand grasped the first out of the air and used it to swat the second away. Namikaze down the hall into the kitchen. Jiro and Enko were there, arguing again as usual. He waved and said, "Yo. What's going on here?" Jiro was distracted by Namikaze's arrival, allowing Enko to finally land a punch on the irritating man. The blonde looked back towards the door and began walking to the door, figuring that now wasn't quite the best time. However, a single kunai landed on the doorpost, splintering the wood and making the Jounin stop on the spot. Enko said, "That's all you're going to say, and you think I'll let that be it?" Namikaze turned, showing that he was sweating slightly. "I figured that you wanted to finish what you started with him before I said anything." Jiro made to open his mouth, but Enko beat him. "Say anything, and I'll show you what I specialize in as a ninja." Stupidly, Jiro opened his mouth. "What? Seducing men?" Namikaze closed his eyes as Enko began attacking him again. After a couple minutes, Jiro finally sat on a chair, content to keep his mouth closed, something made easier as he was tied to the chair, wrists wrapped in wire to prevent a rope escape jutsu and his mouth taped shut. Namikaze said, "You're brutal, you know that?" Sure, it was a bad joke in bad taste, but he has few people he can hang out with. Anko glared at the disabled man. I'd be more willing to hang out if he would shut up. He says whatever is on his mind, no matter how stupid it may be. The blonde Jounin shrugged. After a minute, he remembered what he was there for. How's your hand doing? Much better. You were right. It could have been bad if I didn't go to the hospital when I did. You were with Team 7 the whole time. Tell me what happened? Namikaze told her with bitterness that he couldn't get them to fail, even chronicling how he tested each of them and their murderous post-est. Anko looked serious. Well, then we must not fail in our upcoming mission. Namikaze nodded and began preparing himself for whatever fights he may have in the future, remembering just what Sarutobi had told him a week ago. A moment later, an eagle landed outside Anko's window. The two Konoha shinobi went silent, knowing immediately what it meant. Hokage Tower, Sarutobi sat in his chair, waiting patiently for Namikaze's team to arrive. He stood up and stared out the window at a group of children playing in the streets. His kind smile appeared again, noting that they were the future of Konoha. He remembered seeing the younger Naruto out there, preparing a prank against the Inuzukas. Water balloons were such a simple prank, but they say the simplest pranks are often the best. Naruto was caught, of course, but it made the old man chuckle at the audacity of the kid. No one wanted to pull pranks on them, because they'd catch their targets every time. The whooshing sound of the door being flung open caused the old Hokage to return to the present. He took his seat and motioned for the three to enter. He wore his Hokage hat low, meaning that this mission was dangerous and highly important. Namikaze gulped as he stood at attention, reporting in, Hokage-sama. What are your orders? Beside Namikaze, Jiro Kazuhana and Anko Mitarashi stood on either side. Jiro nursed his mouth, which the old man suspected that it had something to do with the earlier incident. The Hokage chuckled to himself and then handed the shrink scroll to the team leader. He opened it and scanned the contents. Sarutobi began the briefing. As you and Anko know, we have a number of border towns keeping tabs on the merchants and foreign ninja who traverse into Fire Country. Inside that scroll is information on Fukuoka, a town on the outskirts of the Land of Stone. There hasn't been a report in 3 days. It is a simple mission: find out what happened there, and report back. Namikaze nodded. He began walking out, but Sarutobi shouted, Hold up there a moment. Jirikan, Ankakan, please wait outside for a minute. After the two left, the Hokage continued, Namikaze-kan, please be careful. There was an ANBU team in the nearby region which has been redirected to discover why they have dropped off the face of the earth. They haven't reported back, and I fear the worst. The old man rose, tapping the burn on his desk, walking over to the lamp and tapping the burn on the lamp. Namikaze got the message. Namikaze would inform the other two later on their real mission, as even the most dangerous secrets of Konoha have a way of making it to the ears of those who would use it against the village. He bowed low and exited the Hokage's office. Outskirts of Konoha, man, first time I'm out of Konoha since I got here, and I'm sent on a simple border patrol mission. This sucks, Jiro whined to his team leader. On the way out of the village, Namikaze picked up some foodstuffs and other essentials for a long-term mission. Also, he made a drop by Hawk Command Center and requested a letter be delivered to a friend of his. Namikaze replied with a dark expression, You never know. If you don't look underneath the underneath, you might miss the true mission that's going on here. Jiro scoffed at him as he slipped through the more crowded sections of the street, so they're late in giving their report. So what? Anko smacked the back of the snow ninja's head. Of course it's important. Konoha has a strict system in place. If the reports aren't delivered, there's a possibility we might be invaded. For all we know, a ninja army could have taken the town hostage in preparation for a larger invasion. The Chunin of the team shrugged, whatever. Our border is quite simple, the only way to make it is by sea on a boat. I heard Mist Ninja could travel long distances underwater. However, our sea is so cold, they'd die of hypothermia within an hour. Namikaze replied, regardless, keep on your toes. The Hokage felt there was more going on than meets the eye. He glanced at Anko, who nodded in reply. She understood. Jiro continued to make light of the situation, but there would be an explanation later. Deep in the forests of Fire Country, the team had been traveling for several hours now. At the first sign of twilight, Namikaze told his team to set up camp. Within an hour, Namikaze had a fire going and Jiro was setting up the tents. He worried about the rookie teams. They would be preparing for the Chunin exams. But he wondered if they were really ready. Would things happen in the exams the same way it happened to him in his universe? Would there be an invasion by Kusa and Suna ninja? He stretched out next to the fire and looked at the darkened sky above. The stars were starting to come out, they twinkled brightly for him. He couldn't really enjoy the light overhead. A sharp slap to the back of his head made him shout in pain. Anko stood off to the side, wearing what she always was, a fishnet, a tan trench coat and a miniskirt. She took a seat next to him and began, still worrying about those brats? Namikaze chuckled, you got me in one guess, not bad. His eyes turned once again to the stars. Yeah, but I know there isn't anything else I could do. I'm mainly worried about Team 7. What if I don't get back in time to protect him against Danzo? What if Danzo decides to act early, killing him before the Chunin exams? Anko put her hand on his mouth and said, trust the old man. He won't let anything happen to them. Did you know, he once executed a fresh new jounin for assault and attempted murder? Namikaze quirked an eyebrow at her, wouldn't he do that anyway? Yeah, but I was the victim. Nearly killed me too. He did it as revenge for something that Snake Bastard did to a teammate of his. However, he knew what was going on, even though I was in an abandoned part of town. The jounin was good, very good. Good enough to make sure no Anbu were around. But still, the old man found me. After killing the ninja, he was there beside me until I awoke. The blonde looked surprised, so that's why you're so loyal to the old man. Anko looked at the fire and smiled, genuinely smiled. It was so different from the psychotic smile or Anbu poker face she always wore. It was beautiful. She answered, yeah. I owe everything to him, after Orochimaru left anyway. He's a great man, that Sandaime Hokage. Namikaze gave a happy smile of his own, he sure is. The next day, forest outside Fukuoka, Mayuzuki, the Yukata Nin, hid behind one of the bigger trees as Namikaze's team approached the ghost town. Her mission, given to her by her squad leader Kahaku Yori, the samurai Nin. Kahaku simply instructed her to confirm it was the Yellow Flash's brother, and then meet up with the team at the bridge. She pulled out a pair of binoculars and took a closer look. Sure enough, the man looked like a carbon copy of Konoha's finest ninja, plus 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Seemed that he'd come after all. She dashed backwards a mile to the sanctuary entrance, where the original Mayuzuki was waiting for the information. A second after the confirmation, Mayuzuki sprinted away, leaving the clone stood amongst the bodies of the dead children. They had knife wounds, but no blood. In an instant, the clone exploded, showering the area with a red liquid. Namikaze knew something was wrong a mile away. There was a faint scent of blood. He ordered his team to hurry as they ran through the forest. The smell of smoke and dead bodies filled his nose 100 yards away. As they exited the forest, Namikaze's worst fears were realized. His Anbu poker face slid into place as he observed the scene of destruction and death. The town was reported to have 50 buildings or so, but there were probably half that many standing. There were a number of charred remains of what once had been 2-story hotels and houses. The town was centered around a fountain, but the structure had gashes in it, like someone had cut a large knife into it. Namikaze recognized the damage as wind jutsu. As the team examined the town, they came across several dead bodies. Some were charred and gave off the smell of burning flesh. Meanwhile, others had been stabbed and left outside. The smell was unbearable. Jiro fell to a knee and threw up. Namikaze, however, had to take a closer look. The bodies appeared to be drained of blood, however the man had obviously died of a stab wound. Flies swarmed the area, drawn by the smell of decay. Namikaze walked away towards the remains of the fountain. His Anbu mask, not the one he wore but the one trained into his mind, allowed him to shrug off this nightmarish scene. But the mental shield only went so far as he took a seat on the ruined fountain. He felt dizzy, and images of his friends' more gruesome deaths came to mind. A new headache hit, but he pushed through it. He couldn't afford a mental breakdown now of all times. They were in dangerous territory, and those responsible weren't anywhere to be seen. Suddenly, the sound of moaning caught his attention. He looked to the other side of the fountain, towards a burned-out bar. Namikaze shouted, "Over here, got someone." He rose and ran over to the sound. Within, he saw the head of a Konoha ninja sticking out of the ground. He was covered in soot, but breathing. He made to come in, but the nin looked up and shouted, "Stop." Instantly, the jounin quit moving. They looked at each other. Namikaze said, "We need to get you out of here," and you can tell, the ninja shook his head, "No. The bar floor is covered in explosive notes. Even if you destroy those, my body is also covered in them underground. It's over for me. I didn't know where they were from, no headbands or the like. 4 of them." He gave a brief account of what happened. Namikaze asked if there were survivors, but Roma shook his head. Anko and Jiro appeared next to Naruto. The nin continued, "Ah. Well, it's Anko Mitarashi. That must mean you're Naruto Namikaze. Listen, the ninjas who attacked me, I don't know where they came from, but they gave me a message to give to you. They will be at the Amaru Bridge to the northeast." Namikaze nodded. Suddenly, the mass of explosive tags appeared and covered the ninja's head. The bridge name must have been the trigger. The dead ninja gave a foul smirk and said in his last act of defiance, "Get M for me, Namikaze. Get them for Roma Nagasaki, ninja of Konoha." With that, the explosive tags wrapped around his head, and exploded in a flash of light. The area was covered in blood, but the blonde jounin didn't notice. He turned to the northeast and shouted, "We're moving out." Anko followed without question, but Jiro said, "The Sandame ordered us to report back to him." Anko looked back and replied, "You don't have a clue, do you? Our true mission begins now." Amaru Bridge. The bridge towered several hundred feet over one of the deepest ravines in Fire Country. It sat on its edge, bordering Kusa. Amaru Bridge stood at its apex of 200 feet tall, the pylons made of stone. The original bridge had been destroyed by the Sandame Tsuchikage, Anoki, before he relinquished his hold on Iwagakure in favor of a younger generation in the early days of the Third Shinobi War. Now, however, it stood rebuilt, a monument to Konoha's ever-enduring spirit. At the top of one of the pylons, the 3 ninja stood, watching as Team Namikaze approached the bridge from the clearing in the forest. Namikaze saw them a distance off, and took note of them. The one at the center wore the getup of the samurai, 3 blades on his side with his forehead protector covering his left eye. The one on the right wore a deep blue trenchcoat zipped up to the nose. His hair and head were wrapped in his forehead protector. The one on the left was a kunoichi wearing a formal white yukata. Her forehead protector was wrapped around her neck, but wrapped tightly unlike how Hinata wore hers loosely around the neck. All 3 Haitayat bore the symbol of Iwagakure. So, these were the 3 targets of his mission, given to him by Sarutobi a week ago. What surprised him, however, was the bodies of 3 IWA ninja at the center of the bridge, their contacts for the joint mission, and the ones with the vital information on the 3 ninja who stood in front of him. They were now in this blind, no information and anything could happen. The samurai ninja leaped off the top and landed with a powerful thud on next to the fallen IWA team. He said, "So, this is the other team who were sent to kill us. I must say, I'm disappointed." Namikaze scowled. That meant that the mission was compromised from the beginning. His 2 teammates joined him on either side. Trenchcoat muttered, they didn't know much, just what their mission was, their contact in IWA and that they would receive help from Konoha. When we sent word back, the contact was discovered dead. A dead end. Maybe you'll know more. Yukata finished it off, we'll get the information out of you eventually. We happen to be extremely skilled at interrogation. However, that does not mean we have to be rude. I'll introduce us, Mayusuke Chishio, our leader Kahaku Yori, and Nori Kaida, ninja of Iwagakure, pointing to herself, samurai and trenchcoat in succession. Namikaze glared at them, why did you kill off everyone in Fukuoka then? Kahaku replied, simple, we had the same mission, assassinating you, Naruto Namikaze of Konoha. Needed a reason to get you out here, where we could kill you away from reinforcements. Making one of your border towns go silent would certainly do that. Namikaze was confused. He asked, excuse me? How the hell could you know that we were the ones who would be sent on the mission? The leader simply shrugged, there was no guarantee that you would. If we didn't succeed, we were to go undercover as genin in Konoha, the Chunin exam. Eventually, we would have hunted you down and killed you in a dark alley, but now here we are. He gave a satisfied smirk, and the other 2 also gave similar smirks of their own. Something didn't seem right to Namikaze. He asked, and what if you succeed here, will you still enter the exams? Kahaku's smirk turned feral, of course we will. Even if we were to kill you here, someone else gave us interesting information, Nori, the trenchcoat ninja, whispered, you don't need to tell them that. Kahaku didn't pay attention, but restarted his sentence, someone else gave us interesting information on an up-and-coming genin we might want to eliminate. Interesting thing, he's the container of the Kyubi no Kitsune. The floor felt like it had fallen out from under him. He was not expecting this. The IWA nin scratched at his left eye, even though it was under his hitayat, surprised, huh? Enko dropped into a fighting stance. And asked, I don't know how you know that, but I can't let you leave here alive now. She dashed forward, several Sanbon needles sliding between her fingers as she slashed at the ninja. However, her weapons met with 2 kunai as Mayuzuki blocked the attacks. Nori dashed around them at Namikaze and punched at the blonde's head. However, it was Jiro's turn to block the attack with 2 of his lightning rods. Since he had so much time on his hands, he recreated and refined his weapons of choice, the lightning rods. Before, they were carried attached to a backpack of sorts, but now they were strapped to the inside of his new black coat. He pushed the ninja back and shouted, Namikaze-san, get a hold of yourself. Finish these guys, and they don't have a chance of getting to your young friend. Namikaze looked up with a smirk. Jiro pushed Nori back, allowing the Jounin a direct line of sight with Kahaku. He said with confidence, yeah, I know. He disappeared from the spot. Kahaku didn't even blink as the Konoha team leader appeared a foot away. He stabbed forward a fraction of a second later. The blade was stopped instantly, causing the Jounin to look down in shock. His black blade was grinding against a silver-white blade that had been drawn just enough to stop it. He gasped as he disengaged and disappeared again. This time, Kahaku drew the blade fully. His blade swung in a sideways arc, right in front of where Namikaze appeared a second time, stabbing again. The blades deflected each other once more. The wind swirled around the 2 as Namikaze disappeared and reappeared time and time again, trying to stab the IWA Jounin, while Kahaku blocked his attacks with equal frequency. Kahaku smirked and said, your blade is an interesting weapon. Your wind chakra is constantly swirling around it. However, his own blade raised, all of a sudden the blade appearing a blue color similar to Namikaze after wind chakra surrounded it. I too am a wind ninjutsu user. Namikaze's blade met Kahaku's again. The blonde realized it was pointless and pulled back. Anko and Mayuzuki traded blows as they ran along the bridge. Several of Anko's senbon had landed a hit on her arm, but Mayuzuki seemed unaffected by the injuries. Anko's temper rose, and she slashed one of her fingers, forming the signs for a summoning jutsu. A large brown snake appeared and swallowed Mayuzuki whole. It seemed over for a second, but then the snake's head was suddenly pierced from the inside by a hard red substance. A fraction of the crystalline structure broke off and hit Anko. She examined the substance closely, and it melted into a red liquid. She recognized it instantly: blood. What the hell are you? The well-mannered killer shouted from above, it's my Kekai Genkai. My blood-based ninjutsu can beat anything you can throw at me. The blood from the clone turned to mist and surrounding Mayuzuki, turning her white yukata red. The blood then disappeared through the yukata and onto her skin, which closed the senbon wounds on her arms and ejected the needles. The yukata was once again blindingly white. She smirked and said, "You cannot hope to beat me, Yamakagashi Anko." Jiro's battle wasn't going too well either. His lightning rod blades wouldn't land a single hit, no matter what he tried. Nori's trenchcoat flapped in the wind as he leapt up the cables of the bridge. Jiro jumped up after him and gave him chase. Suddenly, Jiro stopped, and a cut appeared on his cheek. Light reflected off some wire which fluttered in the wind. His eyes followed it back, and he found it came back to Nori's right hand. See it now? I've been preparing this battlefield. You don't have the slightest chance. Give up, and you'll live for another couple days. Jiro gave a small grin, no chance. His right hand grabbed something inside his trenchcoat and flung it at the IWA ninja. Nori leaned a bit to the right, narrowly avoiding the blade. Jiro smirked as he tugged backwards on the hidden wire attacked to the black knife. The blade cut the blue trenchcoat and bit into the ninja's cheek. Jiro smirked as he grabbed his knife out of the air. Nori's eyes narrowed as he released several smoke pellets. The entire area was covered in smoke, and Jiro couldn't see anything. Suddenly, he felt something wrap around his arm and began cutting in it. His lightning rod blade cut around it, severing the wire. It was a distraction. He suddenly felt danger behind him and leapt to the left. Those instincts were a mistake, as he was now falling into the ravine. Namikaze sheathed his blade and withdrew his trench knives. The two ninja clashed into each other several times, steel striking against steel. Namikaze's eyes narrowed. Kahaku disengaged the second time and gave a small grin. This will not do. We'll only be in stalemate if we continue like this. The jounin frowned as Kahaku blurred into the wind, like a genjutsu. His hand formed the ram seal and his voice shouted, "Kai." The man didn't reappear, at least in front. Namikaze narrowly ducked Kahaku's blade as it swept at him from behind. Namikaze snapped open a scroll and was in the process of unsealing the water within when he caught sight of the IWA nin. His eyes widened, as he took in sight of the brown-haired ninja's face. There was a flash of red from his eye, the left eye no longer covered by the forehead protector. 3 tomo were spinning as Namikaze and Kahaku's eyes met. Then, Namikaze's world went black. He had seen that eye before, the Sharingan, won. This time, Namikaze didn't, or rather couldn't, block as he felt a blinding pain slash across the left side of his face from the top down. His hands shot instinctively to his face, where something wet started sliding down his cheek, like tears. Kahaku's voice sounded through Namikaze's empty black world, "It's over, Namikaze-san. You fought well, I'll give you that." Namikaze dropped to both knees and his hands touched the bridge. Not even. The slightest vibration could be felt as Kahaku moved around. Kahaku smirked at the fallen blonde who rested on both knees. Namikaze Naruto lay on the bridge, split in two. It was time to finish it. He looked to the left, watching as one of Namikaze's team plunged into the depth below, and to his right Mayuzuki and Enko had stabbed each other in a last-ditch attack. The wind began swirling around his fallen opponent. He dashed forward, drawing his blade and swung it down, intending to put an end to this fight. Within the surrounding forest, several black birds flew off in a fright as the sound of a blade cutting flesh could be heard a mile away. 2 hours later, Kahaku looked over the bridge. He smirked at the bodies that lay at the bottom of the ravine. He looked back to the ninja who lay at his feet. Mayuzuki knelt next to the blonde and said, "Still alive?" Kahaku nodded. The surviving jounin would be needed for what was ahead. Put up one hell of a fight near the end. Nori recovered the remains of his wires, knowing that they would need to be replaced. Apparently, they weren't meant to conduct electricity. It would have to do, but for now, they had a mission to complete. Team Kahaku would depart to a town deeper within the Fire Country, where they would receive help from a friend who owed them a favor for saving her life. Then, they would depart for Konoha afterwards. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Kahaku smirked and muttered, "A mission within a mission, a lie within a lie." With that mysterious statement, the team disappeared into the fading sun. 1 week before the Chunin exams, flashback, Namikaze stood alongside the other jounin, fully prepared to give testimony about the genin he trained and tested. Sarutobi kept his voice neutral as he spoke to the assembled genin squad captains. "As some of you have no doubt already determined, I have summoned you all here for that reason." Kakashi looked a bit more sober than usual. "So soon? I thought we'd have a bit more time." Asuma bit on his cigarette as he said, "I assume the other lands have been notified as well. Seems some of their genin have already arrived." The Hokage nodded slowly. If anyone had been looking at him, Namikaze appeared more tense than usual. Kurenai spoke up next. "When do we begin?" Sarutobi replied, "We will begin in 1 week." Namikaze winced a bit. He had hoped that there would be more time, maybe to train them longer, or get Team 7 struck from the list of genin taking the exam. The old man continued, "On the 1st of July, your genin will be put to the test, and only the best will be selected to be chunin. It is now time we chose who will take part. To start, the jounin of the new genin squads, step forward, Kakashizen, Asuma-san and Kurenai-san." The three stepped forward, looking solemn but determined. Namikaze gave a small smirk. He never expected to be here, to see himself be selected for the chunin exams. The only requirement to participate is 8 missions. Other than that, it was left completely up to the captains of the squads. Irika nodded as the requirements were explained. Namikaze narrowed his eyes at his former teacher. He wouldn't interfere, would he? Kakashi started them off, stepping forward. "I, who lead Squad 7, nominate Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno." Irika's face betrayed shock as he realized his favorite student was about to be fed to the wolves of the chunin exam. Namikaze's eyes narrowed further. The jounin didn't want Team 7 in the exam any more than he did, but the old man had made it abundantly clear that Team 7 would be in no danger at all. Kurenai spoke up, recommending all 3 as well: Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga. Asuma followed in her steps, recommending Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Chuji Akamichi. Namikaze's grin turned into a clever smirk as the assembled ninja whispered amongst themselves. Such a thing, all 3 rookie teams, hadn't been done in many years. Exactly as Namikaze sensed, Irika spoke up, "Hold on. Hokage-sama, with all respect, all 9 of those genin were my students. I know their skills and abilities. None of them are ready for this exam, but all show great promise. It's far too soon. They need more field experience, or else they won't make it past the second stage of the exams. Kakashi looked at him and replied, when I became a chunin, I was 6 years younger than Naruto. Iruka blew up at Kakashi, noting that Naruto was nothing like Kakashi. Namikaze stepped forward, Hokage-sama, if I may, I would like to address the concerns of Iruka-san. The old man nodded. Iruka looked surprised, who are you? My name is Naruto Namikaze. I am a former ANBU captain and now Tokubetsu Jounin. A new round of whispers spread throughout the room. This was the famed captain who had been demoted for failing an important mission. Rumors had already begun circulating as to what happened, but no one knew for sure. Namikaze didn't really pay any attention to them, but focused completely on Iruka. He shoved his hands in his pockets and continued while staring hard at the chunin. Over the past 3 weeks, I have been ordered by the Hokage to test the 3 teams, to determine if they truly are ready to take the chunin exams. I did everything in my power to break them, just like what will take place in the exams. No, not just that. I went beyond that. I preyed on their weaknesses and pushed them to the breaking point. Instead of breaking, they grew stronger. They are ready for this exam. Iruka looked like he wanted to say more, but there was nothing that needed to be said. The scarred chunin backed down and remained silent for the rest of the selection process. After it was over, Namikaze walked past Iruka and whispered, "Don't worry, Iruka-sensei. I won't let anything happen to them, or you." Iruka paused in his steps and looked back at the former ANBU captain. But Namikaze just kept walking, vowing the same thing over and over in his head. As he walked the hallway, down the stairs and out the door, another genin team bumped into them. A woman with a black fan on her back walked by. Namikaze turned to apologize, but then stopped when he recognized the kid with the gourd. His left eye started twitching as his mouth curled into a feral grin. End flashback. 2 days prior to the chunin exams, present, the sun was just starting to peek over the trees to their backs as Team Kahaku came ever closer to Konohagakure. Kahaku nodded to the trees and gave several hand signals which roughly translated, shape up, under the eyes. Mayusuke looked more on guard and Nori, while Nori acted as Nori always did, quiet and less needing to speak, which was rare. They understood the importance of this mission, the ramifications should they fail, especially with the Tsuchikage. Their mission was simple: assassinate the Yondame's legacy, Naruto Uzumaki. Once they stepped foot within Konoha, however, their abilities would be strictly limited. For example, Kahaku was under orders to not use the Sharingan. Mayusuke could not use her Kekkei Genkai. Out of all 3 of them, Nori was the least restricted, because much of his fighting style involved laying traps with his wires. He fought with them as if they were blades. His recent skill in lightning ninjutsu only increased the power of his cutting wires by 10-fold. Kahaku's Sharingan was obvious, as no one knew Iwagakure had a Sharingan. Mayusuke, on the other hand, had an entry in the bingo book, but no one had a picture of her. She was known as Iwa's Maiden of the Bloody Mist, who succeeded in assassinating one of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. They were allowed to kill whomever they pleased as long as it remained within the exams. As they approached the village, the air seemed to grow more tense, like a hostility choked at them. It was no surprise, as many Konoha ninja still bore a grudge with Iwa. He scanned ahead, to the front gate. The air around Konoha seemed to try to push him back, like a cushion being shoved against his face. It wasn't a torrent of wind, but rather like, as he got closer, something weighed down on him, pushed back while he pushed onwards towards the village, a barrier. He muttered something incoherent under his breath, and the air stopped pushing him backwards. He smirked and passed through the gates. He, his 2 teammates, and their now Jounin instructor all showed IDs and were waved past by the gate guards. As they passed through, several of the older villagers saw them and began glaring. It didn't even faze them, really. They got those looks all the time at home. He briefly wondered to himself what they would think if they knew their true purpose here was. Monument Training Ground. Sakura Haruno rested against the monument to the fallen shinobi. She wondered if she deserved to be in the exam. Sure, Namikaze had passed them, but still the team would be facing some of the best shinobi from around the elemental nations at this thing. Would her genjutsus really be enough to defeat them, to protect her team? She didn't want to lose any of them. Even Naruto. She shook her head and sighed. It was simple. After nearly getting Naruto's ninja career destroyed, it was the least she could do to make it up to him. She owed him. There was no way she or Sasuke would have passed if it wasn't for the actions of that annoying blonde. She gave a small grin, thinking about the boy. In a way, that ever-cheerful personality of his always lifted her own spirits. But after her betrayal, it just wasn't the same. Sure, he still cheered her on and took part in celebrating with her after those triumphs. He even asked her out a couple times, but not as often. There was a look in the boy's eyes, one of pain and remembering just what she had done to him. It vanished just as quickly as it came, but that expression, it haunted her every time she looked at him. Hokage Tower. Kahaku walked across the road into the Hokage Tower. The doors creaked as he entered cautiously. Several chunin appeared from nowhere, some forming hand signs and others holding various sharp weapons menacingly. Team Kahaku tensed in preparation to defend themselves. Another ninja appeared in the center of the room holding his hand up to prevent his subordinates. He spoke with a firm tone, guarded, "Speak quickly, ninja. What is your purpose for entering Hokage-sama's tower?" The IWA ninja moved slowly as they pulled out their genin papers. The chunin leader frowned, but had the others stand down. The IWA leader looked him over, noting he wore a black trench coat over a black ninja uniform. There were nasty scars covering his face, which made even the unshakable leader cringe a bit. He bowed and said, "Honorable ninja, our team needs housing for the duration of the exam. We are new to Konoha, and as such do not know our way around here. Would you be willing to direct us to the nearest hotel?" Kahaku recognized the man, Ibiki Marino, the most famous, or more appropriately, infamous interrogator in Konoha. The scarred ninja looked at them with a piercing gaze. The man truly lived up to his reputation. Then he waved over another chunin and gave him orders to get Kahaku's team out. The chunin, Kotetsu from the conversation, led them out as he reluctantly took them to the hotels. Ibiki watched as the three IWA genin walked out. His eyes had seen many things, but those three, they had the look of seasoned pros, at least chunin or jounin level. The hands of their leader, Kahaku Yori from the papers, were calloused and cracked. He had been training with those blades for a long time to get hands like those. Those three weren't the only ones. Asuna team had a similar expression, no, it was more like an evil look to them. He also managed to get a glimpse at the Odo team. They were ready for this exam as well. The exams would get exciting. Meanwhile, Ibiki was on his way over to the torture and interrogation headquarters. It seemed that Jiraiya had made some progress on the memory seals, and Inoichi had gone further into the mind of the recent infiltrators. Uchiha District. Within one of the many buildings on the Uchiha grounds, there was a small dojo. Sasuke often disappeared there to get in training and avoid his fangirls. Spread over the walls, there were dozens of works of calligraphy. When he was younger, Sasuke spent many hours looking at them. Some of the works were written by his brother. They were all smooth and flowing in the early years. As Itachi grew older, his works became more and more ridged, choppy. Now Sasuke didn't look at them at all, except as a reminder of his goals and a warning to avoid his brother's fate. At the moment, he rested on both knees. His injuries had been healed over the last 4 days. Sakura's arm was no longer broken, though still tender at the moment. Naruto, for some strange reason, was up within a day. Kakashi had given them the forms the day after. Naruto looked positively jubilant at the chance to show how much he had grown. Sasuke looked forward to more missions outside Konoha. The more he traveled, the greater the chance he'd run into Itachi. Sakura was still in the hospital at the time, so he didn't know how she reacted to the news. After 30 minutes of meditation, he stood up and walked over to the log in the center of the room. In his mind, he tried to recall that move, the move Naruto Namikaze did. His hands formed a single seal and it was like a tunnel opened, a tunnel in the wind, a vacuum that extended between the Jounin and himself. In a fraction of a second, Namikaze covered the distance between himself and Sasuke. In his mind's eye, Namikaze appeared in front of him. He copied the phantom Namikaze hand sign and began releasing chakra. It was strange, different using wind chakra. However, with the Sharingan, it was possible. Namikaze compressed the wind chakra and pushed it outward, like a spear. The spear wasn't powerful enough to cut through anything, but the spear was packed so tightly it seemed to glow white for the slightest instant. Then, with Namikaze's finely practiced chakra control, he forced the chakra outward. It forced anything in the way, including other air molecules, outward, creating the vacuum-like tunnel. Sasuke didn't pay attention to anything else. His own body telling him that he couldn't do it, his chakra levels which were dangerously low after reproducing the technique only once. His mind pushed his body through the torment as the Sharingan I reproduced the second phase of Namikaze Kaze Shuinpa. Phantom Namikaze had been trained by Mato Gai, though Sasuke knew nothing of this. Where Namikaze used his physical training to reach the speed in a second, Sasuke sacrificed his stamina for a burst attack. Sasuke sped from one side of the dojo to the other in under a second. When he reappeared, his mind screamed at him in pain and exhaustion. He fell to both knees and grabbed at his ankles. The tendons were strained for sure, but would recover before the exam. His bones creaked in protest to the strain of force the boy had used in that one attack. He decided immediately that it would only be used as a last resort, in a kill or be killed moment. Using that jutsu once tires me out. I might be able to do it twice before running out of chakra. Damn it, he thought to himself as his face began to scowl. But then, his mouth curled into a smirk and his musing continued, then again. If this was a Chunin-level skill, Namikaze would never use it. Outside the hotel, the wind ravaged Kahaku as he stepped out of his hotel. With a glare and a snap of his fingers, the wind died down instantly. His visible eye tracked the Anbu watching the hotel. Kotetsu had led them to the IWA team's hotel. This did not surprise him, as putting all the foreign teams together would guarantee a bloodbath before the first night. The IWA/Konoha grudge wasn't the only one. Kyumo had made enemies of many different nations, as they were known for kidnapping daughters of the major bloodlines before the current Raikage took power. Iwa's hotel, in particular, was a rundown, trashy joint that should have been condemned after the Kyubi crushed it and destroyed the bedrock foundation. The owner was Cheapskate, who paid the lowest bid contractor to fix it up, which meant that it was indeed the lowest-rated hotel in existence. In addition, it was the furthest from the testing center, about a good 20-minute trip. However, Kahaku didn't expect anything less, nor did he care. He was treated as a pariah at home anyway, at least until that mission. He trudged through the village to find somewhere he could eat. The surrounding restaurants seemed to serve food that had expired weeks ago, and would make one sick by merely touching it. It was utterly repulsive. As he walked forward, he felt decidedly uncomfortable, like the woods were closing in on him, smothering the flickering flame that represented his life. Villagers went silent as he walked by. New darker murmurs echoed off brick walls. IWA was an eternal enemy of Konoha. It was in the history. Dozens of Konoha shinobi were slaughtered by the onslaught of IWA ninja, while the fourth Hokage repaid the countless massacres with two of his own. The first was when Iwa stormed the gates of Konoha, which resulted in Inoki's retirement as the Tsuchikage. The new Tsuchikage favored drawing out his enemies and slaughtering them with superior numbers. His downfall proved to be when he drew out the yellow flash a second time, at the Great Plains battle. It marked the beginning of the end for Iwa in the Third Great Shinobi War. It was shortly after that Kahaku's story began. Flashback: Kahaku was born shortly after the end of the war. He was raised by a samurai father from the land of iron and ninja mother from Iwa. He ultimately ended up following his mother, but also being taught by his father in the Bushido code. Quickly out of the academy by 8, he grew strong and rapidly gained the skills of a jounin, though he never took the chunin exam. Apparently, the Tsuchikage had trained him to be his personal assassin off the record books, but that was a story for another time. As he mused, his left hand reached up and unconsciously scratched at his left eye underneath his hitayat. It was a habit he developed over the last couple years. Iwa was not known for their medics, and the person who put in his left eye hadn't done a good job of it. Oh, the eye worked, but he suffered irritating pains. His eye was lost in a tragic incident. On his first Brank mission, his squad was captured by a team of AIM mission ninja. The team was separated and led to different cells where each person had their own personal interrogator, tormentor. His AIM tormentor was a raw genin. The boy had little more than academy experience. He never stood a chance as Kahaku cut his own ropes with his wind chakra and sliced his throat during the first interrogation. Kahaku moved through the base, trying to find his teammates. Instead, he ran into the other 3 AIM ninja and a massive battle ensued. Kahaku, by all rights, should have died there, a genin versus 2 chunin and a jounin. However, the boy had 3 things: the element of surprise, excellent reflexes and luck rivaling Naruto Uzumaki's. The battle came to a head when the Iwa jounin surprised Kahaku. He nearly succeeded in killing the Iwa nin with an explosive note. It was attached to a stone slab in the room, which he detonated, causing the resulting blast to shower him with high-velocity rubble. Only his reflexes saved his life, his hand drawing and deflecting most of the rubble from his body with his blade. He didn't escape uninjured, as one sharp pebble slipped through his guard and pierced his left eye. Red washed over his vision and pure fury replaced his calm demeanor. He blacked out for several minutes. When he awoke, Kahaku stood in a pool of blood and broken bodies. His blade dripped blood and his body was covered in it. In a daze, he searched the hideout, eventually coming across the remains of his teammates. All were brutally tortured, and then once the info was extracted, murdered. 3 days and nights, he trudged towards his home without food or water. He just walked forward in a daze, unfocused. A team of Anbu found him, still covered in blood and his dead eye unbandaged. The shinobi world was cruel, as they had him out again within 2 days, assigned a new team, the team he now worked with. End flashback: his musings came to an end as he stumbled upon a ramen shop. A girl, probably the daughter of the shop, greeted him warmly. The old man in the back chuckled. He turned to see his customer and said, "Welcome back." Nah, the old man froze as he saw to whom he spoke. The Iwa nin took note of the surprised expression. Tucci recovered quickly and said, "Sorry, thought you were someone else. What would you be having today?" The genin looked up and replied, "1 bowl of miso ramen." The old man nodded and went to work. Tucci cared not who ate at his humble abode. He was a simple businessman. Often, he had customers from throughout the world eat at his humble shop. In fact, Kahaku's arrival meant that it was about time for the chunin exams. Business would be picking up quickly. Kahaku eyed the father and daughter as they worked diligently. The atmosphere around the shop was different from the rest of Konoha. It was warm, welcoming. While much of the village hated him for his mere existence, the two had given him a genuine smile, welcomed him with open arms. It was like he was with his old team again. His mouth twitched into a small grin. Like all good moments in life, however, this one came to an end with one loud shriek, "Hoi, old man! One miso ramen with all the works on top." In bounded a positively jubilant, yellow-haired, orange-clothed boy with a Konoha hitayat. Kahaku blinked as the living tornado took a seat and began chatting up a storm with the daughter. The two acted like brother and sister, though they shared absolutely no resemblance. A minute later, Tucci set down 2 bowls in front of the 2 customers. Naruto broke his chopsticks and prepared to dive in when he noticed he wasn't eating alone. Their eyes met and both blinked simultaneously. Naruto squinted at him and asked, "Any, what's with how you're wearing your headband? It's just like Kakashi-sensei. I bet you know of him and decided to copy him." The copy ninja's true name, Kakashi Hatake, made him recall his mission. Kakashi was the teacher of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, blonde hair, similar expression to the yondaime, there could be no doubt. The boy sitting in front of him was the target. Naruto continued his questions. "Hey, Samurai-san, do you have a Sharingan under that headband also? Perceptive little demon as well." He barely managed to avoid flinching away from the question. Kahaku was saved as Ayam scolded Naruto for bugging the other customers. The samurai ninja kept his eye on the boy as he ate the broth in front of him. His hand was put on his own bowl as he considered giving it to Naruto, but dismissed the idea. The kid would probably be immune to poisons. Most vessels were conditioned like Anbu to be tools for their nation after all. Minutes later, Naruto rose and ran off, clearly finished with his meal. Kahaku finished his ramen and took off after the boy. His tailing of the boy came to an immediate end when he remembered he was being tailed by Anbu to begin with. His well-trained eye looked around, seeing them appear once again. He turned back towards his hotel. It was too bad, but couldn't be helped. Kahaku didn't plan on killing him now anyway. Questions would arise out in the open. Killing him during the Chunin exam would be much easier, and likewise hiding the remains. He began wandering in the direction of his hotel, Anbu still following him. As he took a turn down one road, he paused and went back to the crossroads. Another person of interest was traveling another direction. He entered a nearby shop and ducked out of sight. He quickly vanished into the shadows, leaving the Anbu questioning where he went. The red-haired boy continued on, seemingly unaware of who was shadowing him. He turned into an alleyway, where he stopped and turned to the shadows. Gaara was giving his stoic expression as he asked, "Why are you following me?" Kahaku stepped out of the shadows, his mouth curled into his cocky smirk. "Naturally, I'm curious why the Ichibi was in Konoha, attending the Chunin exams." Gaara did not answer, so the Sharingan samurai continued, "Whatever the reason, Suna just proved itself to be the most incompetent village of all. While fielding their greatest weapon on the battlefield is a tactically sound move, it is also one of the greatest risks. If someone were to kill that weapon..." He trailed off as Gaara began glaring at him. Sand flew up around him, surrounding the Jinchuriki. He muttered, "Are you here to validate my existence?" The sand flew at Kahaku, forcing the boy to dash backwards. He removed his headband while initiating his genjutsu, which hid it from sight. The Sharingan tracked the sand, allowing the IWA ninja some time to dash backwards. Soon, he found his back against the wall, which he dashed up. The sand blasted the wall, and then shot up it. Kahaku leapt over the sand and landed at the entrance to the alley. His hand drew his katana, already wrapped in wind chakra. The wind blew the sand backwards, and the IWA nin sheathed his blade. Kahaku raised his hand in a calming gesture and spoke in a reassuring tone, "Not yet. The time for our battle will come, but not yet. Perhaps in the second test or finals. Then, we will fight until only one remains." He stepped back into the shadows, allowing them to swallow him up. A second later, his voice sounded, "One more thing. If you kill Naruto Uzumaki, I will make sure you die within the succeeding 24 hours. He is mine and mine alone." Next day, Naruto's apartment, knock knock. On the other side of the door, there was a loud yawn. The sound of metal turning sounded as the young boy unlocked the door. The hinges creaked as it opened slowly, revealing Naruto wearing a green nightcap. He was rubbing his eyes and gazed up at the man who stood in the doorway. He muttered, "Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be teaching?" Iruka put his hands on his waist and tilted his head to the side. His face scrunched up in annoyance. "It's the weekend, Naruto. Everyone needs a break from teaching now and then. You have time to talk." Naruto yawned for a good 5 seconds before nodding. "What's up?" Iruka shifted a bit in his stance, betraying some discomfort. "Well, I thought you'd like to come with me for some training today. I thought we'd head to one of my favorite spots in the village." Naruto's sleepy expression vanished and he looked a bit excited. "Sure thing, sensei." He slammed the door shut. On the other side, the sound of things crashing could be heard. Occasionally, there was a yelp of pain. After a few minutes, Naruto came out. His usual orange jacket was gone, only a black t-shirt remained in its place. The scarred Chunin blinked and asked where it was. Namikaze's name appeared again, apparently the result of his brutal training. Iruka's hand had clenched so tight that his knuckles had turned white. He would have to give the Jounin a piece of his mind when he saw him again. Actually, the Chunin had yet to see the man since the nominations. Iruka interrupted the boy's monologue about psychotic Jounin trainers, saying, "What do you say we stop somewhere first?" 2 hours later, Naruto was panting as he and his academy teacher hiked through the small rocky trail towards the top of the Hokage mountain. It was an expensive buy, but well worth it. The boy loved the new coat. Actually, Naruto's orange pants were in need of replacement as well. The boy now wore black loose-fitting cargo pants. Over it all, there was now an orange trenchcoat with black flames at the hems which were at just below his knees. On the back, there was the trademark circular spiral over the red circle, the symbol for Yuzu no Kuni, Whirlpool Country. Iruka led the way to the top, where they finally came out to a plateau, the Rocky Training Ground or Training Ground 15. Only Chunin or those accompanied by Chunin were allowed here. They were above the safe house, where the residents of Konoha could be evacuated in case of invasion. It was located on top of the Hokage mountain. There, they could, and did, look over the entirety of Konoha. Naruto saw everything from up there, even all the way to the walls over 100 kilometers away. He had never been up here except to clean and prank the monuments, so the view made him stare in awe. Iruka chuckled to himself and said, "Like it, Naruto? Imagine what it would look like when the sun rises. Too bad it looks like it might rain later today with the cloudy sky. One day as Hokage, you'll be head over everything you see, Hokage-sama." He chuckled to himself at the joke, but Naruto didn't reply. He was still grinning. Iruka saw this smile and it filled him with peace, the kind that made him believe everything would be all right in the end, no matter the situation. However, he considered where the smile came from, the tormented demon container. Without really thinking, he asked, "Naruto, why do you want to be Hokage?" Naruto didn't look away from the village. "The Hokage is the strongest in the village. Once I become the strongest, people will have to acknowledge my existence. The entire village will see me as the strongest of all Hokages." "But why? The village has many who have nothing but contempt for you. I don't really understand, Naruto-kun." Naruto's eyes glazed over for a minute as he recalled Namikaze's last talk with him. Flashback, 2 weeks ago, Namikaze and Naruto walked down the street towards Ichiraku Ramen. On the way, Naruto noticed several things. As they walked along, several citizens moved out of their way, many of them glaring at the two of them. Their eyes remained cold. He hated that, worse than the people who showed outright contempt for him. Naruto vowed to show them all and cursed under his breath. There was a smack to the back of his head as he said, "Don't start speaking that way. You know better than that. Hold your head up high, as you have nothing to be ashamed of." Naruto rubbed the back of his head where it stung. "Namikaze-sensei, I know why they do that to me, but why do they do it to you? The Kyuubi took so much away from everyone, so it's only natural that they hate me. But why do they act the same to you?" Namikaze didn't reply for the longest time. But eventually, shortly before they arrived, he said, "Some of it no doubt has to do with my partners, Anko and Jiro. One's a former missing ninja and the other trained under the second worst traitor Konoha ever knew. They hate me and my team because of who we are and were." The Jounin paused again, but stopped in the middle of the street and looked at his younger self. The lesson spoken was one Naruto would never forget, one he would take to heart and accept as his own. End flashback. Naruto turned as his memory ended. As he spoke, the sun broke through a hole in the clouds and began to spread out from Naruto. His words echoed those of Namikaze, "They are afraid. People fear what they do not understand, so I'll show them, they have nothing to fear. You were afraid once too, Iruka-sensei, but not anymore." He looked back to the rest of Konoha. The sunlight had continued to expand further and further through the village as he continued, "Perhaps others would expect me to return that fearful hatred with more hatred, but it only goes in a circle. It never ends, and I will break that cycle of hatred." Iruka looked shocked, but shortly after walked next to the boy and placed his hand on his shoulder. "I think you'll be a great Hokage, Naruto. I believe in you." The two turned back to the training ground. Iruka thought about the exam, and then spoke again, "You know, I think I may have one more thing to teach you. Consider this an advanced Chunin present." Hokage Tower. The Hokage felt sick to his stomach, however he maintained his poker face for the sake of his Anbu, and the root operative watching from who knows where. Before him on the desk were the initial reports of 3 burnt corpses found at the Amurabe ravine. The headbands were of clear Konoha origin, the metals and cloth remains that were unburnt. The clothes were Anko's unique outfit, Jiro's black trench coat and Namikaze's red vest. Coupled with the massacre at Fukuoka town and lack of viable culprits meant a big headache. Actually, he knew whoever did it belonged to IWA, but if he revealed his source, that Tsuchikage would kill them, or worse break off relations with Konoha. His aged fingers again held the reports and flipped through them. The medical ninja were performing the autopsies right now. It was obvious that whoever got Namikaze's team were not Anbu. They wouldn't leave behind a body. It was a standard psychological tactic to eliminate the remains of the target. Not knowing what happened to their ninja was worse than knowing after all. Whoever did it wanted him to know about it. A moment after he set the report down again, one of his Anbu captains appeared in a burst of smoke. Sarutobi's smile appeared on his face. "Ah, rat. What news do you bring?" The captain stayed at attention the whole time. "Our hunt for the Akatsuki goes on. Haiden has yet to join them, but we have some eyes on him. The moment he is approached, our team will know and will know soon after." Sarutobi nodded. The idea arose to just eliminate all known members of the Akatsuki, both present and future, however the old man saw the wisdom in keeping those targets marked instead of dead. A known target is better than an unknown one. Namikaze's knowledge of the future would be able to be put to better use if things continued to happen in a manner similar to his own world. The old man pulled out the bingo book. The third Hokage had placed several tabs in the book over the years for various reasons. Recently, though, he had added about 4 new tabs to go along with the rest: Kisame, Haiden, Kakuzu and Sasori. All were known criminals of the highest caliber. However, there were a few entries for missing ninja that didn't exist. Pain and Toby. No known ninja in the world bore the Rinnegan, the legendary dojutsu of the Sage of Six Paths. Toby, on the other hand, was a complete mystery. Namikaze only battled him once. None of his attacks did any good for some reason. The Jounin suspected he used spacetime ninjutsu, a supremely rare skill that once manifested itself in the Yondaime Hokage. 4 other ninja were also left unmarked, because his information was sketchy on them due to the fact that Namikaze didn't face them directly. The first was the origami mistress who accompanied Pain. Supposedly, she escaped with her life after battling Shikamaru. The second was the summoner. Orochimaru, the 4th Hokage in Namikaze's world, personally killed that man. Third, there was a genjutsu genius who concealed herself with several invisibility jutsus. Kakashi saw through her techniques and captured her. However, Pain attacked Konoha and killed her before Namikaze Ibiki broke her will. Finally, the magnetic ninjutsu user. Namikaze reported that Sasuke personally offed him. Sealed cave, unknown time of day, present, 9 pairs of eyes appeared in the darkness. Each one looked at the rest with suspicion. 1 pair of eyes, 3 ringed. With a purple hue, was the main focus of the rest. Pain's voice sounded, "There has been a new development with the hunt for the 9 in Konoha." Deidara's single eye spoke in a condescending tone, "So, did something happen to the Kyuubi, No. Another container has appeared. Kisame's white shark teeth appeared, so, the Sanbai has finally been sealed in someone, interesting. And in Konoha as well, your hometown Itachi." Itachi didn't react to his partner. Pain's head shook, "A new beast has appeared altogether." "Impossible," one of them cried out, "the 9 demons are all accounted for. What is the meaning of this? A second host of the Kyuubi has appeared. I have received this information from my most reliable agent. The host is not to be underestimated. Hozenka, 1, Kinzoku, 2, you are tasked with capturing this one as you both have recently captured your other targets." Hozenka nodded, but Kinzoku grumbled his discontent as they vanished. Pain's eyes turned to Itachi and Kisame, "You two are tasked with the Yondaime's legacy. Take your time, as the Kyuubi needs to be the last one sealed." With that, the meeting came to an end, with all the eyes vanishing into the darkness. Hotel, day of the exam, Kahaku strapped on his 3 blades, one of them replaced with Namikaze. Both sleeves were weighed down with several kunai and shuriken where he could quickly extract for a blitz attack if needed. 2 scrolls were tied to his backside, where he could pull them off and release their contents quickly. He hadn't faced the Chunin exam in a long time, since the last time it was held in IWA. Mayusuke, unlike Kahaku, wore as little weaponry for this exam as possible. She probably had nothing to fear from bladed weapons anyway, as her unique talents served as an excellent healing technique in case of serious injury. Besides, these were genin. They wouldn't prove to be a big problem for people of their skills. She did carry 1 storage scroll on her back though, just in case. Meanwhile, Nori was already packed and ready to go the night before. He had stolen Jiro's wires and black knives, which worked as a replacement for the equipment destroyed at Amaru Bridge. The 3 proceeded from their hotel to where the first portion of the exam would take place. They were told to report to the 3rd floor, room 301. Their sensei would greet them all outside just in the entranceway and give them some last-minute advice on the upcoming mission. Hospital coroner's office, the ANBU, Tenzu, walked down the hallway. He wasn't currently wearing his ANBU gear because his duty was being messenger between the coroner and the Hokage. The captain was relieved to be out of the heavy armor for a day, but he felt kind of naked without it, his mask at least. Members of ANBU, however, had their identities hidden at the highest classification. If their identities were compromised, death would be the least of their worries. The shinobi could be taken in, tortured into giving away information on their village, and, if merciful, killed off. The alternative is brainwashing. He shivered at the thought and continued towards the office. As he got closer, he heard the coroner shouting out orders, "Take the results again. We want to make sure that there were no errors." His voice contained excitement, and almost some strand of happiness. Tenzo thought it was odd given the circumstances. The subordinates complained, "Doctor, we've taken the same 3 times already. There can be no mistake. The results will be the same." As Tenzu walked towards the doorway, the coroner appeared in the doorway at a breakneck speed. In fact, the two collided, leading to both hitting the ground. The coroner rubbed his back, then noted that the person present was the one who acted as the Hokage's go-between. He gave an overjoyed smile. "Ah, Tenzu-san. Perfect timing. I have the results." Chunin exam. Mayusuke took the lead this time, as they approached the academy entrance, the location of the first part of the Chunin exam. Several other teams had already gone through, and there were a few teams still dribbling in one after the other. Their Jounin sensei was standing outside the doorway, her arms crossed and her face bearing an icy expression. Her brown hair draped over both arms, she pulled herself off the wall and flung both clumps of hair back behind her. The team approached her, and she met them halfway. The red-haired Jounin muttered, "Can't believe you talked me into doing this." Mayusuke gave a pleasant smile and reached for her kunai. Kahaku moved his hand up from his waist to her shoulder, telling the bloody mist maiden to calm down. He said back in a low tone, "Stop your complaining. All you have to do is stand around along with the rest of the Jounin. We, on the other hand, have to be careful. We are risking our lives out there." The Jounin turned away. Kahaku sighed and asked, "Is it complete?" The brown-haired ice monarch muttered, "Yeah. It was delivered as you requested." "He knows." Kahaku smirked. The three nodded and continued on in. All the conditions were now cleared. He could now begin his mission in Konoha. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi rose from his seat, glad to be done with the paperwork for the day. Well, actually the real Sarutobi was out and about, speaking to the citizens and spending time among them. It was actually his shadow clone that was doing the work. The clone copied itself and then dispelled, sending the memories to the real old man. Now, the clone could just sit there and wait for any new reports. It was still early in the morning, so the reports should be coming in right about the door to the tower was thrown open as Tenzo, his most trusted Anbu, appeared in a kneeling position in front of the Hokage. He had sent him to the coroner's office early this morning to finalize the report on Namikaze's death. The old man said in a grandfatherly tone, "Tenzo-san. Please. Rise. What have you to report?" Tenzo hesitated as he commented, "Hokage-sama, there was something off about." The Hokage narrowed his eyes and gestured that he remain silent. The two exited the office and climbed onto the Hokage tower. There, Tenzo was allowed to continue, "Hokage-sama, the coroner did every test he known to medical ninjutsu. The dental records show that it was Naruto Namikaze and Enko Mitarashi. As we haven't taken the time, Jiro Kazuhana's dental records weren't recorded at the time, and we have no way of identifying whether or not it was him who truly died. He couldn't take fingerprints, skin or hair samples, or anything like that because some fire had damaged the remains so much." The Hokage looked disheartened at that. He said, "That's rather unfortunate. Now, what was strange that you needed to tell me?" The Anbu blinked, and said with confusion in his voice, "As a test, the coroner took another sample, a new one that he had recently been using for the last month. He calls it the chakra comparison test. What we found." Sarutobi looked at his Jounin with an annoyed expression, "Move it along, Captain." "What are you saying?" Tenzo shook his head and said it directly, "Hokage-sama, they are not the bodies of our team." The old man looked slightly surprised at this. "What do you mean?" The Anbu replied, "The bodies, they do not belong to Team Namikaze. Someone went through a lot of trouble to make it look like the remains belonged to Konoha Ninja. We looked closer at the dental remains, and discovered that someone had altered them. Then that means... The old man trailed off. Tenzo nodded, yes, there is a chance that they are still out there. Team 7, Sasuke was the first to arrive at the academy. He stood around for a few minutes, and then took a seat on a nearby bench against the wall. Several other genin passed through the entrance. 2 teams paused at him, looked his way, and then continued inside after a brief staring contest. There were a number of older ninja, probably Chunin, who passed through as well. A couple of them were former teachers, and they gave him a quick smile before going in to grade some papers. After a short time, one of his 2 teammates showed up. Sasuke looked towards the one who shouted at him, and then blinked. Naruto raced forward wearing his new outfit. He bent over and panted, *huff, sorry, Sasuke. I overslept a bit after last night's training with Iruka Sensei. Oi, Sasuke, why are you staring at me? Sasuke blinked again and returned to looking at the dirt, finally got rid of that disgusting jumpsuit, dobe. Naruto looked up and gathered his breath, team. I liked that outfit. He looked at his own trench coat and smirked, bet you're jealous though. Iruka Sensei got this for me. Must admit though, it certainly is better than my last outfit. Good thing I found an orange one though. I mean, it's the best color ever. That outfit won't make you any stronger. And orange will only make you a target. Get some darker colors. Naruto smirked, I consider it training for stealth. If I can hide while wearing orange, then think what I can do when wearing another color. Sasuke gave pause to the thought, and then looked away. The reason he stared at him was because, for a second, he looked a bit like the yondaime. But Kakashi's chat at Ichiraku's dispelled that thought. They stood outside the academy waiting another couple minutes as Sakura walked up towards the 2. Sasuke, feeling a bit antsy, folded his arms and watched the academy entrance. Naruto smiled at her and waved. Then, he noticed there was a kid next to her who was shaking all over. He walked over to him and knelt down, what's up, Konohamaru-kun? You look like you've seen a ghost. As he knelt over the boy, Naruto gasped as well. The young Sarutobi was sporting several bruises and nasty-looking cuts. He stuttered, Nyakan, are you also taking the ism? Naruto nodded, concern written on his face, what happened to you? Konohamaru looked over Naruto's shoulders at the academy entrance. He never looked more scared, be careful, Aniki. There's a team in there that, well, they're dangerous. The guy, in the cat suit, Kankuro, I think, he beat me good yesterday. And then, another one came along and dandined. By now, the boy had turned white as he forced himself to remember what happened. His voice became a sniffling, the third member showed up and he did something, it was like, Sakura, suddenly recognizing the symptoms finished in a calm and thoughtful tone, it was like dying, wasn't it? It was like you could see and feel yourself dying in that instant. Konohamaru's face held tears in them by now. He swipped at the tears, yeah. Naruto was outraged. Who would do something like that to his little bro? He growled, don't worry, Konohamaru. We'll get them and good for that. Konohamaru grabbed at Naruto's sleeves, you don't understand, big bro. He's strong, they all are strong, they might kill you. I don't know if you can beat him. Sakura knelt next to the boy and said, don't you worry, your big sis here will deal with them. We've gotten much stronger in the last week. We'll make it through, you'll see. Sasuke gave a small smirk, knowing she's right. Whoever did that, they don't have a chance. Now, they could hold off and escape Jounin-level opponents if need be after Namikaze's training. They spent so much time escaping him, even succeeding when he shunput past us. Naruto gave a thumbs up to the boy. Konohamaru stopped crying and gave a huge smile, wishing the 3 of them luck as they walked through the door, confident that they would be all right. After all, no one could beat Naruto. Academy hallway, Team Kahaku. Kahaku frowned at the crowd in front of the entrance to room 201. What the hell is going on here? Why are there so many genin on the second floor? He contemplated the reason silently as he pushed through the crowd to the front. There, a ninja in a green bodysuit was pummeled around. The ones doing the beating were the two chunin from earlier disguised as genin. His squad could easily see through their henge. One of them was Kotetsu, the chunin who escorted them to their hotel the other day. Koha looked up at the sign, which read 301. He smirked and twitched his head up towards one of the walls. It might be interesting to gauge the genin of the various villages by watching how they reacted to the unexpected obstacle. Izumo looked at them and said, "You want to make something of this?" Kahaku raised his hand amicably, "No thank you. We have a couple minutes, so carry on." The two disguised chunin gave each other a very small glance. Something passed between the two of them. They waved them off. "Fine, do whatever you like. Just don't think we're letting you in here." Kahaku and Mayusuke, his yukata wearing second in command, gave each other small smirks and nodded. Team 7, Sasuke led his team forward just as he watched the boy in the green bodysuit make another attempt to force his way through. "You're taking the chunin exam and you can't even get past us? Why don't you just give up now before you hurt yourself?" The girl in a pink sleeveless Chinese shirt shouted, "Please let us through. We're supposed to go in there." She tried to go through, only to receive a punch to the face, sending her back. Izumo muttered, "We're being nice in comparison. People go into this exam and die. We're only trying to weed out those who wouldn't last." Kotetsu nodded. "Chunin carry the responsibility of their comrades' lives. Whether your allies live or die are in their hands, and you all think you can bear that? Can you live with yourselves if your incompetence leads to their deaths? You have to be strong for them. Those who can't handle it should retire from being a shinobi." Sasuke walked forward and said in a low tone, "Nice speech, now both of you, out of our way." Everyone present turned to Team 7. A number began whispering amongst themselves. Many discussed the last Uchiha, while a couple talked about Naruto's outfit. One or two of the IWA genin teams glared at the boy, remembering their history with the yondaime, and the outfit only served to remind them. Off to the side, a female genin snorted at Sasuke's arrival, making everyone look. Kahaku's team watched the proceedings with amusement. Naruto pointed at one of them and shouted, "You're the guy I saw 2 days ago at Ichiraku's." Kahaku smirked, "I have a name, you know, it's Kahaku Yori. You should remain silent, because it's the loud ones that are targeted first on the battlefield. Worse, you've made yourself into a recognizable symbol. What are you, the next Yellow Flash? As for you," pointing his finger to Sasuke, "you should really listen to this one. You see this?" He pointed to his bandage-wrapped eye. "I lost this to some missing ninja when they ambushed my team a year back. I was the only survivor of that incident. My old leader was an idiot, and I'll be damned if I end up like him." Sasuke's eyes narrowed at Kahaku. "We'll be able to handle ourselves. As I said, step aside. While you're at it, reverse your genjutsu. We're heading for the 3rd floor." Kahaku, once again, snorted. Sasuke didn't give the IWA ninja any notice, choosing instead to continue. "Sakura, you probably saw it first. You are the sharpest in our group in detecting these things. Surely, you saw through this right away." Sakura nodded. "Yeah, we've only traveled up to the 2nd floor, and we need to go into room 301. The illusion over the sign disappeared, making Kotetsu smirk. Well, you saw through our illusion. Now, prepare yourself." The genin/chunin launched himself into a somersault kick, bringing his foot down towards Sasuke. The Uchiha, on the other hand, launched a simultaneous counterattack. A green blur moved forward, catching both the attacks. Sasuke gave a small gasp while the girl with a pink Chinese sleeveless shirt berated the green-clothed boy for blowing their cover. He thought, impossible. That was nearly as fast as Namikaze. Kahaku relaxed, sighing and pushing himself off the wall, walking away from the rest of the genin hopefuls. A second after he started, he shouted back, "Oh, by the way. You should drop the henge, Izumo. Our team can see through it." Naruto and the rest of the hopefuls looked at the two genin impersonators with some confusion. They held up a half-seal and vanished into smoke, leaving the genin to ponder what happened. Neji approached Team 7 and asked, "So, are you the Uchiha that everyone is going on about?" Sasuke looked at the boy with disinterest. "It's polite to introduce yourself before asking someone else's name." Neji's eyes narrowed, but the green-suited boy said, "I understand. My name is Rock Lee." He turned to Sakura and continued, "Please, go out with me." Sakura looked at him in utter shock, flatly refusing him. Naruto, of course, was thrown off by so many people asking only who Sasuke was and ignoring him. He joined Lee as he leaned against the wall and cried. The two teams separate after that. Testing room, Team Kahaku. Kahaku's team walked through the entrance. The genin teams that had already arrived stared at them with intensity. The boy looked at his two teammates and smirked. Mayusuke returned the smirk while Nori nodded. They would fit in just fine here among the rest. He bowed to them all, gave them all a kind smile and said, "My name is Kahaku Yori, and I hope you all made peace with your makers. None of you will leave this exam alive." Their glares intensified, while a couple looked more nervous than before, especially Hinata and Ino. He scanned the room, wondering if anyone is still around from the first exam he took. One ninja in particular looked familiar. He was a Konoha ninja with glasses, who had been part of his exam his first time through. The boy merely looked at him with an amused expression. He removed a deck of cards, withdrew a single one and gave it a thorough look over. Kahaku's eyes narrowed, but didn't pay any other attention. He walked over to the side, where he took up residence and watched the rest. The surrounding genin kept them at the corner of their vision. Kahaku didn't care. It could be 100 genin, it wouldn't make a difference on the field of battle. They didn't stand a chance. Academy Dojo, Team 7, Sasuke and his team walked along towards the test room. A loud voice shouted, "Stop!" The boy looked to where it came from. It was Lee, the green ninja from before. He came out from behind a pillar. Sasuke muttered, "How did you get here before us?" "We left first." Lee spoke simply, "I took another route through the academy. I'm well familiar with the entrances to the dojo, after all I lived in here for a while. As it is customary for the person requesting information to give his own first, my name is Rock Lee. You appear to be quite skilled, Sasuke Uchiha." Naruto fumed off to the side, while Sakura patted him on the back, but otherwise ignoring him. She shivered as he noticed his eyes shifting between Sasuke and her. Sasuke muttered, "So you know me." Lee took up a fighting stance and shouted, "I challenge you, right here and now. Everyone is always talking about the Uchiha clan and their former legacy. I want to see if it is true, that you are as good as they say your clan once was. You will be a good test for me." Sakura outright cringed as Lee's sights were set on her. He continued, "Also, Sakura, you are truly the finest flower in the village. I love you." She screamed as her hands flowed through various hand signs. She suddenly vanished into cherry blossoms, which proceeded to float around the room. Naruto looked around in awe. "Wow. I didn't know you could do that, Sakura-kun." Sasuke looked unimpressed as he saw through the genjutsu with his Sharingan. She really stood behind him, cringing on the floor and shaking in fear. "Those eyebrows, they're so thick and bushy. It's like a caterpillar, I can't stand it. That hair too." Naruto looked back to Lee and growled in anger once again, peeved that they always wanted to fight Sasuke. The Uchiha muttered, "You've heard about the Uchiha, yet you're challenging me. How foolish." His eyes burned with some untold fury, remembering his clan and how they were all brutally cut down in waves of steel and metal. "You want to learn about the Uchiha clan? I'll show you, and beat a little of our history into you while I'm at it." Lee looked pleased as he once again took up a fighting stance. The air grew tense for a second, until Naruto shouted, "Hold it! I get first dibs on this one, Sasuke. This fuzzy brows is mine, got it, bastard." Sakura rose to her feet, snapping out of her fuzzy brow-induced coma. To those still under the genjutsu, her voice spoke from some unknown location. "Naruto, we have to keep going upstairs. Don't do something stupid, like fighting this guy." Sasuke, on the other hand, was still pissed off at the boy. He growled, "Go for it, dobe." Lee muttered, "I don't want to face you, only the Uchiha." Naruto formed a familiar cross-shaped hand sign, to which Sasuke said out loud, "Don't show him that, fool. We'll be facing him in the exam." Naruto dropped the hand sign and said, "Good point." He ran at Lee and swung his foot around at his head. Lee ducked the attack and brought his leg around, sweeping his other foot from below him, sending the blonde to the ground hard. Naruto growled in pain as he sprung backwards, swinging his foot in an upward kick aimed at Lee's chin. Fuzzy brows backed up, allowing the attack to miss, then decided to end it. As soon as Naruto landed on his feet again, Lee snapped a kick at his chest. Naruto smirked as he vanished in a burst of smoke, Shunshin no Jutsu, appearing behind Lee and landing a kick. Lee went to the ground. Sasuke and Sakura both gasped in surprise. Lee rose to his feet and gave a smirk, "I see. You might also be a worthy opponent, but I must face Sasuke. I'll take you seriously for a second." Lee dashed forward. Naruto disappeared and reappeared in a burst of smoke, appearing behind Lee again. This time, however, Lee was prepared. He ducked the attack and snapped another kick at Naruto's chest, sending him against the wall. The wood splintered at the point of impact as Naruto hit with the force of a cannon. Lee smirked at the blonde, "If you're going to attack like that, make sure to put down your foe in one hit. You won't get a second chance." Sasuke and Sakura blinked. The Uchiha's anger disappeared as he gave a small smirk as he said, "Interesting. Naruto has gotten a bit better, but you are clearly the best. This might be fun. I will accept your challenge, you eyebrowed freak." Sasuke visualized Lee's original attack. He thought, "Those moves, that speed. I have to test it to find out for sure." The Uchiha smirked as he prepared his jutsu, one hand sign as he molded his chakra. Lee blinked at this. Sasuke is taking this seriously. He's using a jutsu already. Geizensei. I might have to use it, that move. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared directly in front of Lee, causing the boy to blink in shock. Sasuke's fist was already extended, slamming into the boy's gut, sending him against the wall next to Naruto. Lee grunted and spat out a bit of blood. Sasuke, on the other hand, gritted his teeth as the pain washed over his body. It wasn't as bad as before, as the boy had been working out in preparation for using the jutsu again. But it was dangerous to use it more than once. He repressed the pain and smirked, "Had enough yet?" Lee pulled himself out of the wall, grunted in pain and smirked, as expected, of the Uchiha clan prodigy. "That is truly a spectacular move. However, you won't be able to do that again. I can see. Your body is shaking in pain. It will only work once, I bet." On the other hand, he said as he dropped his leg warmers and began unstrapping his weights. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as Lee continued, "I'm not so limited. Geizensei, I know you told me to never release these unless the conditions were right, but I cannot back down from this challenge." As Lee set down the weights instead of dropping them, he felt as light as a feather. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, realizing that this guy was strong in taijutsu. His hands began forming for using a fireball technique, until Lee suddenly appeared in front of him. Sasuke blinked as the boy slammed his fist into his chest. Sasuke flew backwards into the pillars. Sakura shouted, "Sasuke-kun, no." Sasuke cursed under his breath as he dug his feet into the wood, stopping short of hitting the pillars. Damn it. However, his suspicions were confirmed as result. Lee's moves seemed to mirror Namikaze's. Lee suddenly appeared within Sasuke's vision, swinging his leg around at the boy's head. Sasuke ducked the attack barely, but suddenly another blow landed on his stomach, followed by several punches and kicks, which he continued to try blocking. Sasuke growled as his eyes continued tracking Lee and his attacks. It was exactly as he thought. The attacks mimicked Namikaze's perfectly. After a few minutes of this though, Sasuke finally felt he had the attack pattern down. He dodged Lee's next attack and attacked on his own. As Lee backed off a bit, Sasuke smirked, "So, you think you can beat me with pure taijutsu? You've got another thing coming. I've already faced people who've used your moves before. They won't work on me. I was taught by the one who taught you." Lee's eyes narrowed as he spun on the spot, ducking the attack and swinging his legs around in a lightning-fast leaf hurricane. Sasuke smirked as he dodged that attack as well and continued, "Namikaze taught me that even though my eyes can track the target, it's useless if I can't keep up with it. He beat that truth into me. I've learned well." Suddenly, his body screamed in pain, as the pain came back in full from using Namikaze's Kaze Shuunpa and dodging such high-speed attacks. His guard dropped for that second and Lee suddenly appeared underneath Sasuke, slamming him into the air. Lee muttered, "You've had training against my taijutsu, I see. But not against all my moves. It's over, Sasuke Uchiha. A genius can be overcome with hard work." Lee's bandages began to unwrap themselves, but suddenly a voice shouted, "Put a stop to this right now, Lee." Everyone looked and saw a large red turtle standing off to the side. Lee's bandages were now nailed to the wall by a kunai. The boy abandoned his attack and Sakura barely managed to catch Sasuke as he slammed to the ground. The turtle proceeded to berate Lee, "And another thing. He told you to never release those weights unless you were protecting multiple important people. But The turtle gave off a sudden aura of killer intent, causing Lee to stop talking and bow his head in deference. Naruto, who had just woken up, muttered to his teammates, "Hey, that turtle, you think that's the fuzzy brows sensei?" Sasuke looked at Naruto as if he was an idiot. "No dobe. I think that's Namikaze's student. He used the exact same moves as him, except for maybe that last one." The turtle muttered, "Alright, you can now come out, Geizensei." A massive amount of smoke burst forward from on top of the turtle as an older ninja who looked exactly like Lee appeared on top of the turtle. "Hey! What's shaking, everybody?" Sasuke's eyes went wide as he blurted out in a moment of weakness, "You're not Namikaze." "Who the hell are you?" Naruto shouted, "Damn. Those are even bigger eyebrows, and an uglier bowl-cut hair." Lee screamed back, "Don't insult Geizensei. You don't see how great he is." Sasuke continued the shouting, "Geizensei? He's your teacher, not Namikaze." Sakura's genjutsu fell as her chakra was disrupted from the weird scene playing out in front of her. She fell to her knees and gripped both shoulders. Her entire body shook at the sight of the two of them. Guy proceeded to give his manly thumbs up and sparkly teeth, which made her turn away. Sasuke dropped his head in shame and disgust. "That is this idiot's teacher, not Namikaze. I thought for sure it was Namikaze." "Lee, you fool." Guy decked the boy right into the next century, then followed up with another one to the other cheek. This sent new shockwaves through Team 7 as they were forced to watch even more. Lee rubbed at his bruises as Guy knelt over him. The older green beast sniffed, "Lee, you understand right? I had to, I'm sorry. Lee looked back up to his teacher and sniffed as well. Tears now flowed freely from both of them, Jige-sensei. Thus, Team 7 was subject to the beach torture genjutsu. Naruto groaned for a second, then realized with a grin, hey, that's actually kinda sweet. Sasuke, meanwhile, shook his head, trying scrub the image from his mind. Shut up, dobe. I never saw this, there's no way I lost to that idiot, never happened. Sakura, meanwhile, had long since started twitching on the floor, as if having a seizure. It was just too much for the poor girl. Naruto bent over her and asked if she was all right. Sakura was muttering in a daze, green body suit, bowl hair, eyebrows. She suddenly shot up, smashing into Naruto's head and shouted, "Oh God! The eyebrows! Make them go away, please, make them go away." Guy took one look at them, causing a shiver to go up Sakura's spine. Sasuke watched the man closely, but then Guy was suddenly behind them, asking, "So, how is Kakashi anyway?" Sasuke spun around, glaring at the older man. That technique, it was like Namikaze Shunpa. The three turned to face the Jounin, who looked on expecting an answer. Naruto asked, "You know Kakashi-sensei?" Guy chuckled to himself, "Know him? People know us as eternal rivals." Naruto shouted, "There's no way in hell." Lee came to the defense of his mentor. "If Geizensei says it's true, then," Guy held up his hand, "forget it, Lee. The standing record is 50 wins for me and 49 for Kakashi." Sasuke's eyes went wide. "You're kidding. There's no way." Guy gave a wink in his shining smile. "I'm both stronger and faster than Kakashi." Sasuke suddenly remembered Guy's speed, which matched Namikaze's. That thought reformed the Avengers' worldview in under a second. Guy continued, "I'm sorry for the trouble Lee caused you, especially you Sasuke Uchiha. I hope he didn't injure you too badly. It would be a shame if the student of my eternal rival was too injured to participate in the exam. Please look into my eyes and accept my apology. Also, notice my handsome features." Another shiver went up Sakura's spine as she stepped behind Sasuke. Guy, on the other hand, threw a kunai at Lee's bandage, which severed it just where it was held to the wall. Lee slowly wound up his hands with the remains and began walking towards the stairway to the third floor. The Jounin looked at Naruto and gave a manly grin. "That outfit of yours certainly brings back memories of him." Naruto blinked and cocked his head to the side. "Him? Who are you talking about?" Guy blinked and replied, "Well, you don't need to worry about that. I only got lost in some good old memories. It's unyouthful, I know. Anyway, I wish you all the best in the exams. Maybe your team and ours will meet in the finals. That would be really hip." Guy turned to and saluted Lee and shouted, "Remember, do your best my student, farewell." Sasuke shouted, "Wait." Everyone turned to the boy as he spoke to Guy, "Your moves, your taijutsu, I have seen them before. Do you know a Jounin by the name of Naruto Namikaze?" Guy's cheerful expression became stone-faced as he looked at the furthest wall. Lee didn't seem to recognize the name. A minute later, the Jounin spoke up, "Naruto Namikaze, yes. Why do you want to know about him?" "He's weak in the ways of youth. You said his moves were like mine, Sasuke nodded at the man. He contemplated the fallen Anbu captain again, and then spoke, "He's a Tokubetsu Jounin, one of the better ones I hear. No surprise, because he was once an Anbu captain, or so the rumors go." Sakura snapped out of her stupor at the declaration, while Naruto looked shocked. Sasuke, meanwhile, looked calculating as he asked, "Why is an Anbu captain now at a rank well below a Jounin? Tokubetsu Jounin are certainly more skilled than Chunin," but, Naruto shouted, "Wait. What exactly is a Tokubetsu Jounin?" Sakura answered, "Naruto. You really should have paid more attention in class. A Tokubetsu Jounin, or High Special Jounin, is a ninja who, instead of having a well-rounded Jounin skills, is highly specialized in a particular skill. They are the rank under Jounin and higher than Chunin. The first step on the path to becoming a Jounin. Naruto looked confused, but Sasuke answered, "So, Namikaze a specialist. What does he specialize in then?" Guy blinked and replied, "It's not that he is a specialist, but rather that he was demoted for failing a vital mission. I heard he lost a valuable ninja scroll, that was eventually ransomed back to the village. He is skilled enough to be a Jounin, but is relegated to that role because of whatever happened. I'm sorry, but that's all I know. Now, I take my leave. Do your best, Lee." With that, Guy exploded into smoke. Meanwhile, Lee began explaining to Sasuke that it wasn't really him that he was after anyway, but Niji Hyuga, the other boy on his own team. Testing room, Kakashi stood just outside room 301, where the exams would soon take place. As expected, his team didn't disappoint, though Sakura looked quite shaken as they walked up to the Jounin. The one who shocked him the most was Naruto. For the briefest second, the copy ninja thought he saw something standing behind his team, someone wearing a white trench coat. However, the Jounin blinked, and whatever it was disappeared a moment later. He muttered, "Glad you could all make it. Now, you can register for the exams, together." He explained that they could only enter the exam as a team of 3, and he wouldn't have let them in otherwise. But then he gave his eye smile and said, "But that doesn't matter. You are all here for the right reasons. Sakura, Naruto and Sasuke, I'm proud of you all. I couldn't have asked for a better team, so go in and destroy the competition. If you work together, there's nothing you 3 can't do." Beyond those doors, another sight awaited them, several genin all looking at the 3 of them. Many of them wore glares. Naruto thought he saw, off to the 2 sides, Kahaku's team who looked at him expectantly, and Lee's team who didn't pay them any attention. Sakura looked out at the glaring genin, but didn't seem too fazed by it. It didn't scare her, because she had seen something far more terrifying in the forest of death. Namikaze's form shrouded in red chakra which sent waves of killer intent everywhere still weighed on her mind every now and then. Suddenly, Ino jumped on Sasuke and wrapped her arms around him, cooing at him. Sasuke, meanwhile, looked at Naruto with an expression which said, "Kill me now." The rest of the Rookie 9 slowly made their way to Team 7, chatting at the new arrivals. Shikamaru muttered, "So, I guess you were also tested by that bastard Jounin, Namikaze, right?" Team 7 and 8 nodded. Chuji looked peeved, and Ino just shivered at the man's name, Sasuke-kun. "Please, be wary of that Jounin." Sakura gave a smirk. "By the way, Ino, thanks for that bit of info you gave me. It came in handy in dealing with that psycho Jounin." Sasuke, after substituting his way out of Ino's grip, asked, "What new information have you gained on him, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru looked away and grumbled, "Troublesome man. Information on him seems to be top secret. I guess if you are related to a former Kage, your information would be highly classified as well. I've been stonewalled. What about you?" Naruto sneezed as he listened in on the conversation. Sasuke told him the information Guy gave. Shikamaru shook his head, "Ridiculous. Naruto Namikaze didn't exist prior to 3 months ago. Him being an ANBU captain does account for that, as his previous history would be destroyed upon entry. However, there's been no gossip about a failed mission. If it was a vital mission, everyone in Konoha would know about it. There are a lot of lies going around with Namikaze, it seems." Sasuke nodded. To the side, another genin walked forward and spoke up, grabbing their attention, "So, you 3 must be the rookies straight out of the academy everyone is talking about. You might want to keep it down, as you are making a poor impression to the others." It was a genin with white hair bundled into a ponytail and glasses. He wore a leaf headband over his forehead. A second later, he smiled at them. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. This exam is intense. You don't want to go rubbing people the wrong way. He paused for a second, and then gave a small, clever grin, but you can't help it. You just recently graduated, and remind me of myself a while back. Sakura caught on quicker than anyone else. Kabuto, this isn't the first exam you've taken, has it? Kabuto looked up. 7th, actually. Well, since this is your first exam, maybe I'll give you some help. He pulled out a deck or orange cards and revealed a map of the elemental nations. He pointed out the major villages, along with Sound who had just formed last year. With that he gave his small grin and asked, so, do you want information on the rest of the genin here? A new voice appeared behind Kabuto. So, what's the scam, boy? They all looked up and saw the IWA team from the hallway. Kahaku's team had joined the rookies. They had wandered over to listen in. Kabuto's grin turned into a smirk. No scam. I think it's good to help out other members of my own village. I might be on one of their Chunin squads in the future, so building a good relationship is vital. Kahaku tilted his head to the side. I hate it when people use dishonorable means to win fights. I think you're just trying to weasel your way into their group, and stab them in the back at the opportune moment. Many of the rookies looked at Kabuto with newfound suspicion. Sasuke, on the other hand, spoke up. No matter what you say, I'll use any advantage I'm given here in the exams. The competition is going to be tough, after all, his mind briefly turning to Lee and Gaara. He asked, I need information on 2 students and a jounin here in Konoha. Kabuto whistled. A jounin, huh? Well, what are these 3 individuals' names? Sasuke muttered, I heard there was a powerful genin from the sand, one with a team member named Kankuro. Also, Rock Lee from Konoha, and Namikaze Naruto, a Tokubetsu jounin in Konoha. Kabuto paused for a second as he searched through his deck. A challenge then. Here are the first 2. I'll see what I can do about the Suna genin. His hand extracted 2 cards immediately. Then, he removed the Suna genin from his deck and gave them a look over. After a minute, he settled on one and added it to the other 2. He set Lee's card down and explained the info on the cards. Hinata blinked at the mention of Niji along with Lee's info, but gave no other outward expression. Gaara's card was much more interesting, as the information was unknown. Then came Namikaze's. Kahaku gave a visible twitch at the information on the card. Naruto Namikaze, rank Tokubetsu jounin of Konohagakure, age unknown. He appeared in Konoha 3 to 4 months ago from nowhere. Apparently, he was tried by the Konoha Council twice, once for unknown reasons and the other for bringing a missing ninja into Konoha without approval. His known mission count is 2, a rank assassination and an unknown rank mission. He is still currently away on that rank mission, and has yet to return. His squad members are Anko Mitarashi and the previously mentioned missing ninja, Jiro Kazuhana from the village hidden in the snow. The Tokubetsu jounin is believed to have once been an ANBU captain under the name Fox. He is apparently very skilled in kenjutsu, sword techniques, ninjutsu and taijutsu. His genjutsu is substandard, thought it does exist. Finally, he has very little skill in sealing ninjutsu. And that's all I know for sure. Sasuke looked over the card, and asked, do you know why he was removed from the ANBU? Kabuto shook his head and returned the 3 cards to the deck. Kahaku smirked, don't care much about Lee, do you Kabuto? You did allow an enemy, me, to see his data after all. Kabuto smirked and pulled out another card, this one I'll give you all without asking. Kahaku froze as he watched the card reveal itself. Naruto looked closely at the card as Kabuto began speaking. Kahaku Yori, rank genin of Iwagakure, age 21. He's highly skilled in kenjutsu, ninjutsu and taijutsu. His skill in genjutsu is moderate, while his sealing skills are on the same level as Namikaze. He lost his eye when his team was captured by missing ninja, along with the rest of his team. He himself managed to slay at least one Jounin-level ninja and 2 Chunin at the same time. Hidden under that headband of his is, suddenly, Kabuto found a katana to his throat. Finish that, and I'll cut out your throat. How the hell did you know? Kabuto smirked. A ninja doesn't ever reveal his sources. You think you can kill me with that blade before I kill you? Kahaku gave his own smirk. Want to find out, you bastard? The air seemed to crackle at the tension in the room, making the rookies collectively swallow. It was at that moment that Naruto shouted to the rest of the genin, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm going beat all of you. That sent the entirety of the Rookie 9 into an uproar except Sasuke, who just smirked at the boy. Kahaku and Kabuto looked between each other and Naruto. The killer mood had dissipated. Kahaku gave a small grin as he removed the blade. I have bigger fish to fry besides you. Stay out of my way and I may let you live. Kabuto rose from his crouch, only to notice a number of genin moving quickly through the crowd. The Iwa Nin noticed too and sheathed his blade in preparation to defend. A second later, they struck together, the 3 genin from the Sound Village. Kahaku stepped in front of the 3 and snatched Zaku's 2 kunai out of the air. Dosu came forward and muttered, out of our way. The Iwa Nin spoke back, don't launch surprise attacks. Attack from the front honorably. He lashed his foot out, sending Dosu backwards into Zaku. Kin, on the other hand, appeared behind Kabuto, who spun on his feet to defend against the surprise attack. But suddenly, Kabuto was teleported across the room and another Kahaku appeared where Kabuto once was. With his back to the rest of the audience, he could use the Sharingan without being detected. His hand raised his headband and it instantly made eye contact with her. She didn't see it coming as she became blind in an instant, sending her into shock on the floor. The real Kahaku looked at the rest of the genin. I'll say now what I said to you all before. Our team is going to kill you all. So make peace with whatever god you believe in, because you'll be in his hands soon. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the boy, wondering what he did to the sound girl. Furthermore, what was Kabuto about to say about his left eye? Was there a dojutsu of some kind? Or was there something else? Then, his eyes landed on the blade Kahaku wore on his side. He had seen it before, a black blade with silver edge. The grip had 2 white circles with red flames at the bottom. Without a doubt, it was Namikaze's blade. Many of the genin stepped back. The Rookie 9 looked surprised, but not scared. Naruto shouted, your name is Kahaku, right? I don't know anything about you, but I will be the one to beat you. The Iwa Nin looked at him with a toothy grin as he whispered only loud enough for Naruto to hear, I look forward to it, yondame brat. Sasuke suddenly spoke up, tell me, where did you get that sword? Kahaku sheathed the blade before the other genin could get a good look at it. He said, you might say, I killed the previous owner in an honorable duel. The Uchiha narrowed his eyes and shouted, don't joke around. That man was a jounin. There's no way you, a genin, could have killed him. The Iwa Nin looked at him and muttered, and yet, you claim I have a sword that belongs to another. Either you saw wrong, or I did kill him and took his sword. So, which is it? It was mere moments later that Ibiki appeared in the room at the front of the class. You, from IWA, what the hell are you doing? You want to be failed before the exam begins? The head of torture and interrogations looked to the twitching girl on the floor. Kahaku shrugged, sorry. I don't like sneak attacks or having one person battle 3-on-1. I was just protecting my friend from Konoha there. I'll let up on my genjutsu. He formed a hand sign, and tapped her on the neck. She blinked as her eyesight returned. Meanwhile, Ibiki looked annoyed, well then, listen up you little bastards. There will be no combat from any of you during this part of the exam unless authorized by us. Even then, killing blows are strictly forbidden. Anyone who thinks of messing with me will be disqualified immediately. Sakura and Naruto strolled up to Sasuke, who was shaking. The pink-haired Kunoichi asked, "What was that all about, Sasuke?" The Sharingan wielder muttered, "Watch out for that Iwa genin. He's dangerous. I don't know for sure, but I think he just claimed that he killed Naruto Namikaze." His teammates' eyes went wide at the declaration. Sasuke briefly continued, "I don't know if he actually did, but one thing I know for sure, that sword he just used was Namikaze's blade. He hit me with it enough times that I won't forget it any time soon. Location unknown, time unknown, where the hell am I?" His eyes opened slowly, and the surrounding area came into focus. His left eye burned like molten lava had been poured on it. When he tried opening the eye, it burned even worse, so he assumed it was lost to him. His hands were asleep, no doubt from the fact that he was hanging from the ceiling by thin black wire which was looped around his wrists. He thought about using the escape jutsu his best friend and surrogate brother taught him years ago, but then rejected the idea. He remembered his mission in Waterfall Village, where the Jounin warned him not to try it, or risk losing his hands. He would save that option for later, when there was no other one remaining. To his current predicament, he turned his head so his right eye could take in everything possible. Nothing, the surrounding room, or wherever he was pitch black. There wasn't even the slightest shred of light. His mouth opened to speak. But he found it difficult. He must have been out for at least a day, because his throat was dry and lips were cracked. He heaved, and forced out weakly, "Hello." Someone responded, with a pained moan. He forced more words out, "Who's there? Can you hear me?" The voice spoke back, Is that you, Namikaze?" The voice was female, so it must have been only one person. Namikaze moaned, "Yeah, Anko, are you alright?" Anko made a noise of affirming. Namikaze muttered, "Worry about yourself. I only received minor wounds from the battle." Another moan made itself heard, "Jiro." Namikaze said, "What now?" That was the question. Why did Team Kahaku allow them to live? More importantly, where were they and how long have they been? Unconscious? Chunin exam test room. Within minutes, all the teams were seated and given written utensils for taking the written part of the Chunin exam. Naruto looked around with a concerned expression, certain that this written exam will be the death of him. His fear grew worse as Ibiki laid out the rules of the test, warning them that if one student fails, the whole team failed. Naruto slammed his head against his desk and moaned, "Great. I'm screwed. How could this possibly get any worse?" Ruins of Fukuoka, Anbu scoured the surrounding area for any signs of the ones who killed Team Namikaze. The route from Konoha took about a day, so they had not received information that the team might still be alive. 2 Inuzuka trackers were searching for the scents of the dead team. At the surrounding underground safehouses, there wasn't a single survivor to be found. The IWA team had too much time to hunt them down. A mile outside the town, 2 ninja wearing black cloaks with red clouds stood on the highest trees. There, they saw the task force Sarutobi had put on the rescue scurry around for survivors. Neither ninja wore headbands. Their ninja weapons were sealed away in scrolls hidden in the caravan they now escorted. It was how they planned to enter Konoha. Both wore katanas like samurai, on their hips. Kinzoku grumbled to himself, "Why was I assigned this duty with you? I rather enjoyed my time with Kakuzo-senpai. He allowed me to kill whoever I wanted at least." Hozenka replied in his usual calm manner, "You really should be grateful for it. You're new, so I'll explain. None of Kakuzo's partners have survived up to this date. They've all been killed by him in his fits of rage. He has no respect for his comrades. Besides, I'm not thrilled about this pairing either. Sasori no Dana was much more reasonable a partner. We understood one another, after all. I even assisted him when he returned briefly to Suna to deal with the Yondaime Kazekage. Kinzoku gave a wicked grin through the loose bandages. Must have been one hell of a fight. I heard from Kakuzo that the Yondaime learned something about Akatsuki and sent you both to deal with him. After Orochimaru's betrayal, keeping our actions hidden have been more difficult. Hozenka didn't reply, so the bandaged Akatsuki continued. I also heard that the Yondaime Kazekage managed to inform one other person during his interrogation before his own poison kicked in and put an end to your torture. This, however, the brownish-red-haired ninja spoke up. Zetsusen is currently hunting down leads on that target as we speak. Anyway, let us focus on the task ahead. To the rest of the shinobi world, we are mercenaries, hired to guard our clients as they travel to Konoha. The caravan is about to move again, so let's return to the group and continue onward. Once there, we can begin hunting for the Jinchuriki. Chunin exam test room. Kahaku scanned over the exam and blinked. He relaxed and looked up to the ceiling, thinking, as expected of the written portion. Last time I took it, it was in Kumo and I had to take 30 minutes of notes on the properties of fungus. Then, I had to escape the exam building without being caught by wandering Chunin. At the end, we had to give our notes to the proctor and hoped he passed us. He smirked as he remembered how he passed. Well, we could give another team's notes instead. After all, I'm not the best at taking written exams. His eyes shifted to the Chunin examiners. He quickly eyed his proctor and dropped his hands under the desk. His eyes then located Kabuto, who had already completed this exam. Several sunbon needles were taped to the underside of his table. Earlier when going to the desk, he had hidden Namikaze sunbon needles under his desk. He had tested the weapons on a couple rude villagers. He checked up on them earlier, and found out they were still unconscious, but alive and would recover without any long-term injury. His hand swiftly withdrew one needle and sent it flying, striking the Chunin's leg. The Chunin winced in pain, and then fell to the ground, out cold. Everyone looked to the Chunin who slumped in his seat. Kahaku used that moment of distraction to replace his test with Kabuto's and then cast a genjutsu on his test. Ibiki's eyes traveled to him and his team. Kahaku didn't flinch away. He simply went to erasing Kabuto's name and writing in his own. Ibiki frowned at the unconscious Chunin. He had been careless, allowing the someone to put him out of commission so easily. His mouth curled into a sick grin, realizing these were some of the best examinees he's had the opportunity to observe. His eyes came to rest on Kahaku, the bold IWA trump card for this exam. The previously mentioned Chunin was taken out of the room, making even Ibiki turn to the medical team for the briefest instance before turning back to the IWA genin. The boy had immediately filled in all the answers. His eyes noticed he used an eraser, then wrote something in on the top of the exam. He scanned the room briefly, and came across another student who was smirking at his paper as he started writing in answers. It was Kabuto Yakushi. Ibiki knew his father, good man and the head medic of the hospital. The man rarely mentioned Kabuto, as he was something of a disappointment. Ibiki paused to recall the boy's history, then frowned. Kabuto failing the exam 6 times was the standing record, so there was no surprise. Rumors were circulating that the boy would be removed from the ninja corps if he failed this one. This year, it's do or die, and Ibiki expected a strong turnabout from him. Right at that moment, however, Kabuto looked disappointing, allowing his test to be stolen in such a manner. The rest of the students continued writing in their answers. After 15 minutes, the first student was caught. Apparently, his eyes had glanced to the side and noticed the ninja's test was unguarded. The boy only managed to answer 2 questions before leaving the room. 2 teams had to be forcibly removed once their members were detected. Additionally, 2 more Chunin were put out of action as a result of Kahaku's actions. One of the more bold genin from Konoha was caught trying to replace a Chunin examiner in the bathroom. With 15 minutes left, he was thrown headfirst into the room, bearing deep purple bruises, both eyes swollen shut, and one arm cleanly broken. Ibiki looked over at his two comrades who rushed to the boy's side. The chunin assigned to him dragged him out and threw him into the hallway. Seconds later, the free examiners took over for the examiners Kahaku had taken out. A moment later, however, Ibiki felt a clammy feeling go up and down his spine. A small trickle of sweat poured down his forehead. He watched as Asuna Genin stood up and be escorted out by his puppet, trying to ignore it, but the feeling persisted. Mayusuki smirked to herself internally. Who'd have thought she, of all people, would be taking this particular exam all over again? She had taken this exam once, passing the written portion immediately. The examiner she had was a bastard, a sadist unlike any other. Sure, it wasn't the same one, but this one would do. Her eyes homed in on Ibiki, and they spelled trouble. Her hands became a flurry of movement as she lay down a genjutsu on her exam, and slipped a piece of paper under it. Naruto tapped his pencil at the paper. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall, knowing he was unable to answer the questions placed before him. He had already refused Hinata's request to allow him to cheat off her, but now what could he do? Suddenly, his body went limp like a puppet had cut its strings. It started to move on his own accord and refused orders from his brain to move in the way he demanded. His own voice said, Shintanshin no Jutsu, Mind Transfer Jutsu, success. Trapped inside his own mind, he began asking, What's going on? Why can't I control my own body? His body relaxed, and the test continued with Naruto confused. Jounin Lounge, Kakashi took a seat across from Asuma. There were a number of Jounin waiting inside, including Kahaku's Junin Sensei. The woman glared at the three Konoha Jounin, but specifically Kakashi. The copy ninja ignored her, instead looking beyond Asuma, who sat opposite him next to the ashtray, at the tree outside which was ravaged by the wind. The room was quiet, and an atmosphere of nervousness prevailed. Kakashi muttered to Asuma, It's quiet without the kids around. I almost missed them. Asuma flicked his spent cigarette into the ashtray and pulled out another. He lit it quickly with his metal lighter and said, Don't worry. They're probably going to be back sooner rather than later. Kakashi blinked and asked, Why do you say that? The former fire guardian tapped his cigarette butt on the ashtray and put it back in his mouth. I heard the first examiner was Ibiki. Kakashi's face darkened slightly as he thought, so, their chances have already gotten smaller. The IWA Jounin blinked at the name. Kurenai looked between the two of them as Kakashi muttered in an annoyed tone, Great, sticking them with that sadist. Kurenai blinked, Is this man like Namikaze? Asuma narrowed his eyes, No, though they are probably on the same level. Ibiki is a specialist. A specialist in what? The man looked up with a mischievous glint in his eye, Torture. Testing room, Ibiki looked to the clock and decided enough time had passed. His eyes scanned over the chunin, who looked at him expectantly. A moment later, the Suna Genin, Kankuro, walked through the doorway with the puppet proctor in hand. Ibiki grinned, Well, glad you made it back, and just in time. Certainly hope your puppet show was entertaining. The boy's eyes widened considerably. It was moments like that which made the job all the more worthwhile. He waved Kankuro to his seat and began, All right people, listen up. We've given you adequate time to complete the questions. Now it's time for the 10th question. The genin tensed, well most of them did. One genin in the back with blonde hair was out cold. Ibiki signaled for the rest to ignore the boy. He continued, But before we do, we have a couple more rules we'll be going over. Listen carefully to them, and try not to let them frighten you. Even more students tensed as result. Ibiki suppressed the urge to laugh. The first is that you can opt out of answering the 10th question at any time. No one will think less of you if you do. If you do this, though, you and your team will be disqualified immediately. A number of the genin snickered at this and a few others were outraged. Ibiki finally laid on his trump card, as for those who answer the question and get it wrong, you will not only fail, but barred from taking the exam ever again. Kiba rose and shouted, bullshit. There's many people here who've taken this exam multiple times. Ibiki chuckled darkly to himself. The room grew darker as the sun went behind the clouds outside. Malevolence radiated off the surrounding Chunin, as they all grinned maniacally. Well, you all are unlucky then. I wasn't making the decisions before. But if you're not feeling confident, by all means opt out. You will fail, but there's next time, right? With more chuckling, a number of the Chunin started shaking. The atmosphere was perfect. One of the hidden Chunin teams rose from his seat and stuttered out his resignation. With that one, a number of the genin flooded out. Ibiki looked over genin, coming to rest on the pink-haired genin in Kakashi's squad, Sakura. She had a worried expression, which meant that she would soon be opting out. Sure enough, her hand started to raise, but then another boy rose with his hand raised. What the hell am I doing? I don't want to go out. I won't let it happen. Naruto pushed at his body, trying to force it to stay down. Immediately, Naruto had started rising when the question was asked. Naruto had to use all his power to keep him in the chair. It made him look like he was shaking, with his body fighting his mind over standing up. But the boy was losing. Naruto rose from his seat with his hand raised. Only his will prevented the words from coming out. I will not allow you to get in my way. There was a flash of steel that flew through the room, but no one saw where it came from or where it went. Suddenly, Naruto was in control once again, his body moving at his command. He blinked, and wondered what happened. A second later, however, the boy shouted as he slammed his fist against the table, "Screw you. I'm not going to run away. I'm taking the problem. It doesn't matter if I stay a genin forever. I'm going to become Hokage, even if I have to become the strongest genin ever to do it." He sat down in his seat with a huff. You don't scare me. The boy thought for a second, whatever the hell that was, I don't know. And it doesn't matter. Sasuke's worried expression faded into a calm one, and he gave a small grin as he thought, didn't even give us a second thought. What a guy. An idiot to be sure, but an impressive idiot, our idiot. Not bad, Dobe. Sakura also looked pleased. Way to go, you stupid fool. Kahaku looked to the boy, closed his eye and gave a smirk of his own. Good words. I'll give you praise for this one. I agree, and it'll be my honor to face you in a fight. He briefly looked around the room at the expressions on the other students' faces. They all looked more at peace than before, which caused Kahaku to frown. Incredible. The boy managed to convince so many to stay behind. Ibiki looked across the room, noticing the same thing that Kahaku just did. He muttered, I'll ask one last time. This is a choice which will impact the rest of your life. If you want to quit, this is your last chance. The boy replied back cheekily, upon these words I stand, and I won't take them back. It is my nindo, my way of the ninja. Ibiki looked straight at Naruto, sizing him up. The corner of his mouth curled upward. Interesting kid. He rallied the other students, and now they have decided to stay, wiping away their uncertainty. 81 students, far more than expected. However, there is no hesitation. I think we're done here. His eyes went to the other examiners, who gave a small nod back to him. They didn't see anyone else either. Ibiki returned to the students and shouted, I admire your determination. Then, all that's left to do, is to announce that the rest of you have passed the first exam. For a minute, there was nothing but silence. Then, the pink-haired genin, Sakura, rose from her seat. Wait, what? What are you talking about? The 10th question. The TNT head couldn't take it anymore, so he started laughing. There was never a 10th question to begin with. Or better yet, you could say the question I just gave you was the 10th question. Temari shouted back, but wait, what about the previous 10 questions? There was no point to answering them. The Tokubetsu Jounin went into detail as he explained the purpose was to weed out those unfit to be Chunin. They would have to deal with intelligence gathering, starting from the 2 Chunin teams planted in the room. Naruto overheard a couple of people muttering how it was so difficult to find the Chunin. He said confidently, of course, it was so easy to find them that it was obvious anyone would be able to tell where they were, right Hinata? Sasuke muttered to himself, you have got to be kidding, he had no clue the whole time. The boy then sighed and continued listening to Ibiki. The Tokubetsu Jounin unwrapped his headband and showed them the horrid burns he received during a rescue and intelligence-gathering mission. His memories of the incidents returned, the fire, the torture, but not once did he break through the whole thing. He shouted, as you can see, information is often worth more than the life of one person. It can get you captured, tortured, and killed. On the battlefield, it can make or break an entire war. The room cringed from seeing the man's scars and injuries. There was no doubt, Ibiki had been tortured at one time. The TNT had thought of them as badges of honor. He rewrapped his head as he muttered, as for the 10th question, let us think about a scenario for a minute. You are all now Chunin, and you've been given a mission to capture a secret document. The man began pacing, the number of enemies are unknown, nor do you know their abilities and armaments. Finally, the enemy may know you are coming, and that you might very well be walking blindly into a trap. Now, do you have the choice to say no to this mission, valuing the lives of you and your comrades over the safety of the village? Ibiki stared straight into Naruto's eyes as he shouted, no. His hand flourished forward, beckoning the students into his scenario, almost seeing Ibiki storming an enemy fortress with his Chunin intelligence squad. The Tokubetsu Jounin continued, there will be many missions that will seem almost suicidal if you give it even a second's thought. But you do not think about it. You think only of the goal, and of achieving it through courage and discipline. These are the qualities required of a Chunin squad leader. The Jounin returned his hand to his pocket, those who choose the safer of 2 paths, those who falter in the face of adversity, those who value their own lives above those of the village will never be Chunin in my test. His eyes traveled over the genin once again, giving them a calming grin, as for the rest of you, you have earned the right to continue on. Congratulations, as the first part of the exam is over, good luck. Kahaku managed to get himself swept up in the moment as he let out a massive shout of success. Lucky for him, another genin rose from his seat and made an even bigger deal about succeeding. The moment passed as all moments do. The genin stared at Naruto, and gave a smirk to himself. Then, his eyes went to the blonde genin who now had a sunbon needle stuck in his leg. He silently vowed to kill him if they met again in the exam. Whoever the Konoha genin was, he would pay dearly for nearly ruining their whole mission. Mayusuke rose from her seat for a second, paused, and then sat back down. To those closest to the door, a small knocking sound could be heard. One of the examiners rose from his seat and opened the door a crack. The two talked for a couple seconds, and then the door opened wide. A blonde-haired jounin with a red vest walked through the entrance. Kahaku saw this and his eyes went wide for an instant. Ibiki nodded, looks like your next examiner is here. The jounin walked to the front of the room and faced the students. He had a calm, almost regal appearance about him, and a long ponytail. He spoke with a normal voice, so different from Ibiki's, "Good afternoon everyone. My name is Inoichi Yamanaka, and I will be your proctor for the next exam." Series ends here. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe, and don't forget to share this video with your friends. Guys, make sure to help the author by visiting the link in the description. This is Fox Sage, and I'm signing off.